No, she looks like something from outer space.
With her things on, and then we've got Hillary there.
Somebody else is just coming.
Okay, we've got we've got Hillary there.
Hello, everybody. I am sitting with my 90-year-old mother. I hope that's all right. She will be very interested and probably will remember her piano lessons from about 80 years ago.
Hello. I'm Heli, as you can probably guess, yes. It's difficult to sort of, when people have masks, you don't know whether you've actually seen them before, but
I know, it's very confusing. Heli, this is Sue Bennett from Nottingham.
Hello.
She's one of my lovely, lovely trainees. She went for level 4 out of level 5, out of 5 levels. So this is Heli. You haven't seen, no, you wouldn't have seen Heli because you're up in Nottingham.
I've seen your name so many times.
Well, it's a mouthful, you can remember names like that, you know.
And then Sue, we've got Janet, who was observing first time last time, and a friend of Janet's called Ruth. They both live in Essex and Hertfordshire, so they're down there somewhere.
So you're Sue, and Ruth and Janet, of course, I know.
Heli, I'm so pleased you're fit. I don't think you're fit. I have to say, Sylvester and I both had our vaccinations yesterday. Both being finally sort of half asleep. It's simply because it happened last time. The day after the vaccination, I spent 2 hours in bed the next day. 2 hours in bed the next day. So, yes. Heli, can I just say, if I slightly look dozy, Sylvester and I had our vaccinations yesterday.
Oh,
COVID.
tell me about it.
And I'm so we're both fine, but a little bit, you know. So I'm not looking quite as bright as usual. I do apologise, but it's
It did
nothing
not
to do with your
affect me,
teaching.
but it affected Barry, and he had to pick up the grandchildren.
Oh.
And they came back and said, we nearly crashed 2 times.
I'm sure they exaggerated. However,
yes. I will forgive you any drowsiness. It's not because I'm boring. No.
Oh, absolutely. We've got Emily here, who's
Hello,
number 2 on. Yep. So
you still got your helmet on. I don't think you need it.
no, she's only just arrived. She tries to take it off. You can leave that there if you like, Emily. Oh dear, this is brilliant.
You're not expecting anybody else, are you?
There should be Ben Parker coming with Maya and Beth.
Oh, you're bringing the children. Yeah, I can see somebody.
Yes. Oh, and this is Callum coming with
Oh, already here.
Callum and 5. Great. Fabulous. Hey, amazing. Oh, look, here's everyone coming. This is so good. I don't know how it's going to work with this hybrid.
You're an hour. I sound like an old lady, really slowly.
Morning, please.
If my husband had been driving, it'd have been like 45 minutes.
Heli, just to introduce you, you can sit there and I'm going to sort of sit here. We're going to sit for the introduction simply because then we're both in the screen. If I stand up, I can't cope with changing. I've got the angle just sort of right.
Yeah,
so
we are
we'll just sit down to if anyone feels crowded and wants to go into the middle room, but I think Maya and Callum and Maya and Beth should be in here. And Clive, do you mind going into only parents?
Hi.
How many seats have we got? I just don't want people to feel crowded with COVID. But Callum, you're definitely in here, please. Washing sounds first. Have a seat. Tick program. You've got one that's sufficient. What's programs, please? There's more than there's more chairs in there. Okay, I mean you can get quite a good seat there. Just we won't be talking to you. And I have opened the windows. Sorry, the curtains have to be closed because of the picture on the screen. It's all very complicated. Well, Ben, you could have a chair here. You can have a bit, but after a couple of hours you might find that's a bit much. Maya's going to be the first one on. Yeah, after having explained to us for a bit. Right, so we've got Hillary is there, and we've got me. We've got Raquel. Hi Raquel. We've got Kirsten. So Hilary's up in Northumberland, Hexham. Kirsten is in Wales. Catherine, who's just in the bottom left there, is in San Diego.
Some of the days.
Absolutely. She's amazing at waking up early. And Andrew McMillan is Emily's dad. They'll be watching online. We've got Sandra. I teach her 2 children. They come to Cambridge yesterday, but most of you teach online. Tom, Emily's brother, is watching online, different from his dad. We've got Maria Elena from Finland.
Yeah, Maria Elena.
Do you know Maria Elena?
No.
You don't, but here we go.
No, hei.
Kiva nähdä.
Kiva nähdä.
Joo, mä oon Espoosta.
Aha, no mä olen Helsingistä.
Okei, joo.
Meillä on talo Lohjalla.
Okei, joo, hyvä. No, mutta ei häiritä enempää.
No. Then we got Raquel from Spain.
I won't remember them anyway.
No, this is Robin, who's observing. Well, I think we might. Got another 2 minutes. We should be so. Well, give us another 2 minutes. I'll just take off my mask while I say a few words. So I think we've got everyone who's going to be here. We've got a spare white shirt if anyone wants one, or you all okay. Oh, okay. Great. So if you'll excuse me, I'm going to sit here to introduce Heli, and excuse me those of you who are through there, but I can't speak to everyone all at once. I'll try to raise my voice. I'm going to sit down because I can't cope with altering the camera angle when I stand up. So we're here. Anyway, I'm enormously grateful, Heli, that you've come to teach my pupils. Heli is going to give a masterclass based on line, creating line, and longer, bigger structures. And for 7 of my pupils, my 7 most advanced and oldest pupils who are in books, Suzuki books 4, 5, 6, and 7. She is a dear colleague of mine. We've known each other, Heli, for nearly 30 years.
Is it true?
Yes, it is true.
I was a toddler then.
Absolutely. Heli is a very experienced teacher. She's taught at many, many workshops and courses at a high level. I've always admired her teaching and particularly the way in which her pupils play with this great understanding of structure and line, which I just admire enormously. And several of my more advanced pupils as teenagers have gone on over the years to study with Heli. So Heli's going to give us a brief introduction now. Then we'll have the master classes and tea break. And at the end, teachers, there'll be an opportunity for you to ask Heli questions about how she's teaching, what she's doing, make observations and so on. So gather your thoughts, please, for 5:30. So over to you, Heli, please.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you very much, Jenny, for asking me. I love doing these workshops. And, I just adore teaching your pupils because they'll be so well prepared. So now straight into the matter. We talk about line and structure. Well, Hanslick, the 19th century musicologist in Germany, said that music is shapes in sounds, turnen, klingen, deformen. Now, these shapes are invisible, and yet we need to have a representation of those shapes in our mind. And when we talk about shapes, the shapes have to, like if you make an abstract painting, we create a certain type of structure which has a certain points that are more important than others. Also, when we talk about the line, we don't talk about the line like that. We talk about the line that is somehow higher somewhere than somewhere else. So we come to say that in order to have these shapes, we need features that uphold the high points, like a tent pole holds up the tent, something that elevates, makes us notice it. It's the points that we notice that gives the shape. Now, there are several interesting books which I will be very happy for Jenny to have at the end. One of them is Jeremy Dempsey's Every Good Boy Does Fight. Does anybody know that one? I can highly recommend it because he talks about harmony in a way that I adore. And then there was a long time ago, about 20 years ago, Aaron Williamson published a book called Musical Excellence. Many of my quotes come from there. And Janet Mills, who was music educationalist. So quotes that I give are from there. Musical progress should be measured and is measured in how meaningful, how musical the playing is. And yet, this is another quote, expressiveness is rarely taught. And yet, expressiveness is what audiences react to. And then what I very much like, Lehmann's, again in Aaron Williamson's book, Lehmann says, in order to create this structure in our mind, which we then convey, we need an incredibly, that's my word, a very detailed interpretative study of the piece. So there's no such thing as saying, play from the heart. That note is significant. Wait for it, place it. So we need to know more. So I'm just giving you a short diet of 3 points that I think might help us to sort of think what it is that we look for when we want to teach interpretative ideas and expressiveness, which then shape our playing. So if we talk first of all about focal points, I'll come to György Sebek in a minute. Jeremy Denk was also taught by a wonderful Hungarian pianist who I studied with very briefly just before my fellowship exam, called György Sebek. So when you get his book, read what Sebek says. Anyway, if we draw an analogy with actors, they get a line and they have to make sense of it. So therefore, we've got a little experiment now. We haven't got much time. Don't be shy. I need help. I'm going to speak a line to you, and one of you is going to speak it back to me. Jenny will point an accusing finger, okay? And the sentence goes like this without any accent. And I'm doing the Shakespearean pronunciation. I mean, not accent, I'm going to Finnish accent, but where how the syllables have to be makes the last word a little bit straight. To be or not to be, that is the question. Jenny, who's going to speak it back to me?
Janice, would you like to say it?
So emphasize one word.
Take off your mask and...
To be or not to be, that is the question.
So which is your highest point? You had maybe 2 multiples. You're not allowed to have 2 multiples. Make it really clear.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Okay, now can we have a different opinion?
Let's have Catherine. Would you like to give us a version?
Sorry. To be or not to be, that is the question.
And Jenny, finally you.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Yeah, can you see? And now we remember that if we say, for instance, if I did say, to be or not to be, that is the question. That would be like a sforzando and then a diminuendo. But then I might make it into a sort of little hillock, and I could say, to be or not to be, that is the question. So that would be a sort of hillock like that. But I could also make it into a crescendo, and I could say, to be or not to be, that is the question. See what I mean? So focal points are important because they shape, and also they reduce the danger, wait for this, of the accent that you should not have. And that is our greatest danger. That's one of the Sebek quotes. The most important accents are those that we eliminate. To be or not to be, that is the question. You see, music falls, unfortunately, into that sort of patterns. And we, as piano teachers, says in 4/4 is the first beat and the third beat. You don't need to give them any help at all. This came to me as a revelation. Why don't you need to give them any help? Because it is so composed that by what comes before and after sets that note very nicely in its place. And it's also how composers harmonize. The harmonies will have a harmonic rhythm that pulsates and gives you an idea where the significant points are. So enough on focal points. So look for focal points. Oh yes, I was going to illustrate, wasn't I? So here we are. promising because this melody consists of right, but I think I would like to do that's creating a sort of hillock. But I could do ta-ti, ta-ti, I could do both have to be defended because both have had my decision on them. Okay, so that was that about the focal point. My next one is imagery, right. I always remember John Gielgud in that film about the pianist, what was he called? You know, anyway, the one who had a terrible experience with Rach 3. And John Gielgud said, play it from the heart. And I just thought, yes, there is something in it that you sort of tap into something inside you. Right, if you talk about imagery, it's no point saying to a 7-year-old who's never been to Finland, oh, it makes me think of a sunset over my lake, but that's not going to be very helpful. But you might say, what do you think is happening on the screen when this music is heard? What are the people feeling? Or can you think of a weather? So, for instance, when I do I'm thinking of storm and trees going bang, bang. And so it's not as if I didn't practice that 5 hours a day before I perform it. But ultimately, when I go to the stage, do I want to think about, I wish those triplets would be really, really even. Similarly, when I do this Finnish piece, I've often played to Jenny because I'm very frightened of it. That's the beginning of what I did there. Marja-Leena might know it. This is one of the Sibelius impromptus. But if I think that at the beginning, I don't think, what, but I think, oh, it's a little bit like that Peleas and Melisande, the opera by Debussy, where it starts by Melisande, beautiful girl with this blonde hair, sitting by the stream of water, fingering her hair like that. Or the wind in the autumn trees where the yellow leaves give the color to the sunshine. Or a wind. It's rather wonderful, isn't it? And then I feel I'm sort of hyped, like actors have to hype themselves into the mood of the first thing they are going to do. They might have horrible things happening at home, and yet they got to put that to one side, be the most hilarious person on earth if that is what's required. Some of them listen to music, I understand. Some maybe look at pictures. Right, my final point, having said this about the imagery, would be to do responding to harmony. And this is maybe what Jeremy Denk gets the full mark from me, because we think always that melodies are wonderful, but ultimately we do react to harmonies. Just think about wow, who knows what that was? This chord here. I'm not going to put you on the spot. Don't worry. It's an E flat major chord, but in the bass I don't have an E flat, but I have a B flat. So therefore that makes it into 1 C, as you will call it in England, but when you go to university you will have to call it 1-6-4. Second inversion of the tonic triad. What a mouthful, but it is truly wonderful. You can do it in cadences. I could do the whole cadence. It's like a queen coming in. So it has that poise, that promise of good things. So 1-6-4, remember that, I'm keeping to time. Then the other one that we need to be very aware of is the Neapolitan 6. So if I do this, just 1-4-5-1. If I put the Neapolitan 6 in. Isn't that wonderful? It's sort of rather ominous, isn't it? So a major chord. And it was something that was used by, I can't say that word, Neapolitan opera composers in the 18th century, and that's why it's called the Neapolitan 6. And it's called a 6 because it's a first inversion, okay? It's the first inversion, the lowered second degree of a minor scale. Isn't it a horrible thing to have to name them like that? But while they are, I gather you do home and away for the
Home and away is much easier.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, yeah.
Home
yeah.
called away called not
You
called.
have to get
as far as we
a
go.
word for the Neapolitan 6, you know, maybe the ghost in the cellar or something like that.
Maybe not.
Yeah, something like that. So anyway, with that sort of lightening tour of the three main points that I usually draw on, I think aren't we sort of about to be moving on to our
Excellent.
first.
Oh, that's fabulous. So, Maya, you are our first performer. So there's Heli. Heli will go on to far piano.
So,
So you have your usual piano. Maya, you have this piano.
But Maya has
So
to
you go to your
yeah, that's what we are
the
doing.
back
Yes.
piano and Maya.
Let me just take my visual aid.
Yeah.
Oops.
Maya, what height stool do you usually have? That's at 4. Is that what you usually have?
So,
Brilliant.
hang on a minute, let me just, that's already done that. Okay, so you do the Mozart minuet, aren't you? Yeah. I hope we will, because it's only a short piece, I do hope that we have time for the Ceretti.
Ideas to remember to clean the piano keys in between pupils. Do mention it to me if I forget.
Just let me just get my.
Henry, would you like a bit more light? So it's when
Yeah,
the
that
sun
would
goes
be
in,
helpful.
a
That
bit
is
more
not
light
like
there.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it anyway. Okay, before this, have you played it anywhere else apart from just to Jenny?
I think I did once, maybe. I think.
I can't remember.
I
Yeah, I
think
can't
might
remember.
have
I can't
been
remember.
yesterday,
But you might have played it somewhere.
Maya, if you prefer not to wear a mask, that's fine. But if you
It's
prefer to
fine.
keep it on, whichever performers.
I managed to move my note, but here it is. I'm all set, you know, first few so I have to all my paraphernalia around it to feel safe. Okay, off you go. Excellent, I enjoyed that. Yeah, I enjoyed that very. It's just always very important to recognize what is good. And I think what is good here is the wonderful clarity of your playing. It is really so clear, everything's properly in its place. So now let's just look at a little bit of the sort of hierarchy or the organization of these little bits here. Well, if I may, just to save time, suggest that the end could have an. What do you think happens when you come to the last section? You know, before you go back to the beginning. So I'm talking about this one here, when it goes up to the sea and so on. What do you think about this section here? Compared to the others? Is it more joyous or less joyous?
I don't know.
Probably more, because
Yeah.
it goes very high, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Could we show the audience what we are talking about? So can you pick it up from there? You play beautiful, but don't do too steep a diminuendo when you do it. You know, but create the longer line there because it's saying the same sort of things, even though it is repeating. So can you not do such a very big dip down and give us more sound? I know it says Mozart mezzoforte. I don't know who put these signs in, but to me it feels that you could just play out because I think we have had a lot of mezzoforte today and mezzo piano. Can you play out a little bit more for that? That's just beautiful. And then you could go a little bit softer, of course. What shall we call the one before, the beginning of the trio? What does that, how is that different from what you did before? When you do the beginning of the trio? So can you see how chopped up it has been before, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So we could just think that here you have long line. Again, I wonder who put this in, but they're rather fun. So could you create the long line by making sure that at the ends of the bars, you don't allow the note, so to speak, to go down. So could you play for me from the beginning of the trio? Can you go from? Yeah. I would start a bit softer and go. That's lovely. So what we learn now is that you need to make sure that the weak part of the bar, which is the last beat in this case, gets enough for you to get over the bar line. So if we characterize that by saying, let's call that the singing bit, and then maybe the second part of the trio we would call the joyous bit. Could we now make a try of you playing the trio and then going back to the beginning? Could we do that so that we could hear then how does the beginning sound when you have characterized the trio a little bit more clearly as different from the beginning which you are now returning to? May I just interrupt you? Ta-ti, ta-ti. What interval is that? It's a lovely sixth. We love sixth. But if you don't play the bottom note well, it becomes like a high note. Before that, there was a quiet note. So, sorry, a loud note and a quiet note. But you want to create an interval. Try that. So, ta-ti-da-da. That's it. And don't put a bang on that. Sorry, that was very unkind. Don't be too loud on the note which is on the beat. Don't give it double advantage. It's the highest note and it's on a main beat. So if you go, we are a little bit in to be or not to be. So, okay.
Yeah.
Reverse it just for fun. Louder to start with. That's it. Now put less of that. Dare change it. You're still pinging this. Don't ping that. Talk to your little finger. Don't be so loud. Excellent. Do it once more. Talk to your thumb and say, you are allowed to be loud. Take away that ping. No. That's so good. And you could stay on that C a little bit longer. That's a bit more. You're doing so well, and I hate to do it, but you're so musical. I would like to hear just once more. That's it. Lovely, lovely. I won't interrupt you again. Now go on. Did you do the joyous bit?
Oh, no,
I was a bit stuck in this without we it could come again and again.
shall I go from there?
Go into the joyous bit. And not the subito piano. Da 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 da. No, the second note. Sorry, I'm shouting. Again, what interval is that? Yes, it's another lovely sixth, and we want to be aware of that. Okay. Okay, so we now, because the trio had very clear features, and I put it to you that if you look at those upbeats as being important in that cantabile section, and then when you go to the joyous bit, if you don't do, but you know, it will carry on the atmosphere in which you are. Then when you come to these shorter little phrases, then it's perkier again, and that sounds really, really good. Now, I would like to find out from you, if you had to choose a significant passage in those 8 bars of the beginning, those first bars of the beginning, what would be your favorite place, I wonder? I got one favorite place. So if you think, do you need the music? I can give you this because you take the book because I got the book. Now, if you look at the first 2 lines, what do you think is a lovely moment? And you know, if you don't get it, I don't worry because I can lead you into singing. What do you think is a good moment? It's all nice. Well, you're so musical, you probably like it all. Shall I just say that is when you spring into double notes?
Yeah.
I would say I would like to hear that a little bit more. You played it so beautifully. I love that tinkly sound. Just wondered if you could be a little bit loud in that bar, which is bar 6. Would you mind showing the audience with your right hand what is bar 6? How about if you did, let me just get my head around this one. Sorry, I can't see. So if you think that again, you are going into, this had a shape, I would suggest that this is a bit of a hillock like that. So I would go. So however much we love that, and that's the highest one, so we don't want to give it double advantage. So you would go. How about loving that da 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 da? Can you do it slowly now? Can you try that? You see, it's again 6. So lovely. Could you now put it into the context of the piece? So you do the first 2 lines, and when you come to that, open up. Would you please play the old wrong note? It would be really nice. Yes. Do you see what I mean? Take a risk, take a risk. You be a bit cautious. Do you know that Rubinstein, the very, very famous pianist, played a Chopin study, and there's a passage where the left hand does, and the right hand does, and he just went, and he got a standing ovation because he looked the part. So sometimes disasters happen, but you've got to put yourself more in the music. Okay. I don't suggest that you do that. Okay, let's go to the beginning and see if we can make that stand out as a very important point. Have a go. I think that sang out really well, really beautifully done. This time, could you just do the second line with its upbeat? Well, you can start straight from the bar 5. And now go a tiny bit slower when you go. Because when we do talk about focal points and accents, don't forget that there's two types of accents. That there are the dynamic accents, which is loud or soft, and the other one is what the Germans call agogische Akzente. I don't know why I have to say that in German, but I learned it in Salzburg and I never bothered to translate it into English. And I don't know, agogisch sounds terrible in English if you say agogic. But it's to do with time, you see. So you can do, instead of doing. Would you mind just doing the second line?
Hands together.
Yeah, hands together. And if you can slow down a little bit when you go ya da 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 da. Make it ridiculous. Cha cha cha. Make it like Chopin or Brahms. That was quite good, wasn't it? Yes, that's lovely. So what have we learned now? That even with the constraints of Mozart, there is space for you to release a little bit more of your beautiful musicianship and build slightly less of these mini dynamics and build some bigger dynamics that don't necessarily just do the very steep diminuendos that you tend to do. And then looking at it from bird's eye view, that you've got to make somehow the trio has to be different. Why is the trio called a trio? Does anybody know? Silence. I don't want to put you in the spot, but it is is it in the Baroque times or whenever when an orchestra played that the full orchestra would do something, and in the middle just 3 players, trio, would play something maybe a little more intimate, and then the full orchestra would play again. So the trio, it's a bit so funny. We all call it a trio. I must have been 42 before I found out what a trio was. Okay, now you also, I would very much like to hear your Cherepin. Let me just get my music. Is this in the Suzuki book as well? Okay.
It is. It's a new piece.
Yeah,
Introduced about 10 years ago. Not in the old
Very
original.
exciting, isn't it just? Okay. That's really nice. Well done. You such good control again. I felt in very safe hands. What do you say about the end? Could you play the last 2 bars for me? Just the bees.
Sorry?
Just the bees.
Yeah.
What did you expect it to do? Try to play it without the G sharp at the end. Yeah, so that you get the minor chord there.
There, yeah.
You see, what key have you been in this piece? Yeah, and what's your last chord? E major. Yeah. So we call that tiesto Picardy because clever old monks in Picardy thought it was too sad to leave a composition that had been in a minor key. They thought it was too sad to leave it in a minor key, so they put a little bit of sunshine at the end. How about if you did that so that you would delay the last chord a little bit, because it is a bit of a shock. Can you do that so you go da, da, da. Are you not putting any pedal on the? You don't put any pedal on the last bar. Yeah, you were sitting on the fence, are you?
We don't usually, but if children want to, they can.
I don't personally. You just don't sound as if I'm very happy about that. So when you do, would you mind doing that again? Yes, I find it quite tricky to do it without the pedal. Oh yes, but that has to be off the pedal. Press the wrong pedals. Yes. What do you think, Jenny? What do you think with a pedal?
Well, then I prefer it without, but I'm perfectly happy for you to suggest that it's nicer with it.
Because it is such an odd thing.
Yes, I feel after it's all been staccato, it doesn't seem right to have
I
a dance at the end.
understand that, yeah.
But you know, fair enough. Go on.
Yes. But Graham Fitch thinks that you can still hear a staccato in your pedal. Well, the jury is out on that, but you know, just delay it a little bit. I think we played this beautifully. I would just like to see if when you have done the last bar and then you whether that's really. So if you didn't do, but so however you slow down or what do, you need to make it like a continuous so no waiting at the bar line. Can we hear your beginning again with that in mind? Go on a bit. Because we want to hear how you then get up to the next. I should have said I want to hear the whole bar so that we now know how you get on.
Oh, that was too loud again.
Yes, that's good. Yes, see, I didn't even see the pedal side, but I do feel a good voice there with a tiny bit of pedal. I would get going a bit soon. And now let's just talk about this chord a bit. Can you play that left hand for me, please? That's really good. Sometimes when you play it, or when one plays it, because we are yanking the hand up like that, you get. But of course, the emphasis is on the. Can we hear that again, please? A beautiful sound. So let me just get my head around this. Let's just be iconoclastic, and when you come to that bar, and can you see the copy suggests a tiny bit of pedal? Just put the dabber pedal.
Yep.
Jenny will kill me afterwards.
It's fine. It's fine.
I think you go da 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 da. You need to follow. You need to follow. Don't leave us hanging in the air. Maybe I'm giving you too many. But leave out the pedal now and just think of the continuum of your quavers. Yeah, that's really good. So you have to follow that. That is also said. And this time we won't do this again, but just see if we can keep the pedal on for 2 quavers. So da da. That those first 2 are linked with your pedal. Yeah, so I mean, there is no staccato on that chord, is there? No.
There is a night. Is that the first chord of bar 5?
Oh yes, there is.
This
You were
one
quite right.
does.
Yeah, well, Graham Fitch thinks that you can still hear a staccato. Anyway, it's not an opinion of prepared to die for, but I just think it's. I think, especially if you are going to put the tight bit of pedal at the end, so a little bit of pedal here and there might work. Now, I was interested in what you did. You got bar numbers because it's, haven't you?
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at. No, I can't see the bar numbers here. I'm looking at this middle bit here.
Yeah.
Are these the same? Can you play to the audience from here to when it starts again? Can you play that section? Do you want to run into? Do you want to run into it?
Yes, please.
Maybe what about if you go there from there? Would that be a better place? Could you make them different? What is the significant difference? Isn't it the left hand that you only go to that G sharp and then you have to go right down? Can at least in my copy it says pocorit, so you could make that a little bit more clear. So you play the first one, tam tam cham chim 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 cham, and I would do a little diminuendo in it, ta ta tam tam tam, and chim tam chim tu tu chim tam hippo pam pam. So let's again loosen you up a little bit with all that. Really lovely. Now, how about if you played a bit softer in the first one? Do you ever use the left pedal? Try now, just be brave. With the other foot. Just a different color. Take it off now. Okay, I like that. Don't worry about the soft pedal. I just want you to know. Do you play on a grand piano at home or
Sometimes.
Hmm?
Sometimes.
Sometimes you got the grand piano?
Yeah.
Lucky you, because that will have a soft pedal that will make a difference. Grand pianos are different mechanisms than uprights. Okay, one last go. At this time, I want you to make a bigger crescendo so that the two phrases, which are harmonically different, are not the same dynamic level. So make a bigger difference between the pianissimo straight phrase without the rit and then the crescendo phrase with the rit. So can we hear those two phrases again? I didn't hear enough difference. You will be here till midnight, you know. Go really quiet when you start. Can you try it? How quiet? How softly can you try it? That's it. Lovely. Now go for it. Which of the B's is the loudest? The first.
Yeah.
Do the loud phrase again and make the B the loudest note of the. No, you're in the wrong one, aren't you? Let's do both of them. No, go. You really got to go for it. Wherever it's convenient for you.
Okay.
Can you go? let you release now. Well done.
Great, thank you, Heli. Well done. So, give Hector a moment to find her Beethoven, but it's Emily next. Can I just ask everyone who's online, can you hear all right? Actually, there aren't many people. Claudia is nodding. Okay. Great. Catherine is nodding. Brilliant. Yeah. Fabulous. They're all hearing okay, Heli.
Oh, good.
It's all a
Good.
bit mysterious doing like this, but it seems to be working. We've got loads of people here all
Yes,
watching.
that's lovely.
Great.
Okay, so where is it Emily?
Emily.
All right. So you're going to play the Beethoven first. Excellent. Have you played the minuet as well or not? Or have you played both movements of this? Have you played the next movement as well?
I'm learning them now.
Are you learning? It's lovely, isn't it? But the first movement is gorgeous. Yeah. Let's hear you. sonata movement like that so competently and so clearly. So well done you. We're just going to look at some of the things like phrase endings, so that you can, while you are building these beautiful phrases, your musical logic is very clear. You might still do a little breath before you go on when there's an end of a phrase, and a couple of phrases, and I'll be specific about them. And then the other thing that interested me is the length of the notes. Always remember one of my teachers with whom I always spoke Swedish. I always remember I wrote it in my Beethoven. Noternas rätta värde. Rätta is right, värde is worth. So the right value of the notes. Now you might say when they got staccatos, so they are still very, very short. But I think that the staccato crochet is not quite as short as a staccato quaver. And so we need to make a difference between those. And then the thing is that I think this beginning is not going to say an awful lot. It's a sort of, I'm just coming in and, so I wonder if we would just tone down, when you do the very, very opening, it's a sort of, I don't know what time of the day it is there for you, but, I don't think it's, I would go very gently into the next bar. You are only starting to unravel a storyline. I don't know is there a dynamic mark in your copy other than my mind suggests that you start fairly confident there and then you do a diminuendo. But what does your copy say?
I have a forte with a bar that kind of leads into a piano here.
Yes, and I think that you should just say, early days, I'm not going to say anything very, very much. And when you do that, you are not saying anything new because it's just a G major triad. So I'd just like to try that opening so that you don't do too much, individual notes in the very simple. So that it's like all coming from the beginning. This is a typical closing wedge. And that then you open it again in the next thing. So if you do too much interpretation, then in a way we are sort of suggesting that this is something really quite important, and I don't think it is because you are only at the start of your journey. We need to have the beginning, so we have the contrast. You've gone very, very loud, So, hang a minute. So what do you do? Can you see that T is tremendously important? And then get soft. So lead us back into a G, and then you do something soft, and don't grow until you come to the next forte. Let's try that again. That's it. That's really good. It was establish the G after that. That's very clear. No, you did da 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 da. No, ooh. That's the highest note. I mean, you do it because your little finger likes to dip down there, but it's better that. Can you do these last notes? The loudest is the A. That's it. Then you've rounded it off. If you do, it's just not right to put that accent without leading into it. So, try that again. It's the A. 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, see if you can put that into the context now. So if you are in a dynamic area, stay in that dynamic area unless you've been told to do something else. Okay, can we just jump a few, just go on now because I'm going to talk to you about ends of slurs. in the next few bars, such as in bar 8. Can you see bar 8 and 9? You got an end of slur that you need to cut off. So take it from the second entry in 5. You're kind of yeah, that dee da dee da da da. Can you see there's a phrase ending there? So you need to just do that line, a line of. No. Yeah, okay. It becomes a habit to play things legato because it's so much easier. But I would say that if you went through this and noticed all the phrase endings, we won't have time to do it now. That would be really, really good. And then again, you know, my copy suggests that after you've done the second entry, that you do play quietly. Does your copy say the same? So let's look at what here. Well, can you see there? You didn't stay piano. I would, you know, you played beautifully. If you played like that, the audiences would clap furiously. It's so good, you know, but what we are saying is just makes it more special. Okay, so we've done that.
Heli, can I just ask which edition you're using? Because this is very much the Suzuki edition, which is edited. My Henle text doesn't actually have any dynamics at all.
Mine is Wiener Urtext.
Have you got dynamics in yours?
Yeah.
Ah.
Wiener Urtext.
Okay. I'll have to
It's got the magic word Urtext, you see.
Well, mine's a Henle.
I know, I mean, we all believe in Henle, but Wiener Urtext is a very good
better.
edition. It's
All right.
very well researched.
Thank you.
But I also think it sounds better if you do it quietly there, that you have the sort of the entry and then you sort of have the sort of like the sort of secondary thing that you say, and then you have the entry and then the secondary thing that you say. Okay. Now, so the first time when I thought that you needed to have a slightly longer crotchet was at the end of your triplets in 21. So could you go into your triplets in 15? Have you got bar numbers? So if you can find 15. Try cutting them short. Da 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 da. So not staccato, not da 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 da, but da 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 da, because they are not joined. Yeah, that's really good. So that was just now. Then you're going to go to the second theme. Wait a tiny bit longer than the exact mathematics. Could you do the last cadence and then wait before yat yat ta tam? So to speak, take us with you. Now this is where we need to make sure that you really cut the second note of the slur short. You're playing beautifully, there's nothing that you need to worry about, but let's go on now and try to observe the ends of the slurs from now. If you go da 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 dee da dee da dee da da. Can you cut that short? No. You know, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to, but I need to point out that they are there to be observed, even if you don't stab the last note of the slur, but it just gives air to your performance. So I think if you just do that, and I won't interrupt you again, so let's go on now, and I want to get you over to the scale. So just carry on now for a little while from the second theme.
Second one.
Well, from the however, I said I wouldn't interrupt you, but did it when you came back to the recapitulation. You did it beautifully because you did rather. So start gently. It's a gentle theme. You've done what I asked you to do. I would just not do much in the way of dynamics at all there. Just keep it very, very gentle. And I think you need to cut, you know, these what are they? Let me just see. Yeah, so when you do, you do. So if you cut the quaver short, then the long crotchet in the left hand is more exciting. And isn't this wonderful? That G sharp. So make that into an important. Shorter second. Can you cut the second note shorter? That's it. That's exactly it. But make the left hand note longer because they're significant. They're doing a chromatic one. Yes, that's it. Now we can even. Excellent. Right. Let's move on to your scales then. Do you notice that only some? How many of them have a minim? 2 of them have a minim. Right. Can we just say that when you have the minim at the, if you do the scale so that you get louder towards the end, you're going to lose the end of the minim. So you need to do a diminuendo. If anything, you might like to do, well, what not that that's done, it's a G major, it's a D major. Something like that. And then go softer to it. Okay, it's so difficult to do it out of the context. So maybe you could, do you think that bar 43 could be a starting point? Yes, could you then add your left hand when you come to that high point? A G. Yeah, and when you come out of it, those are crotchets, so I would not cut them quite so short. So because they're rather sweet. So I'm saying 2 things. One is that I would do a diminuendo when you do the scale. Where does it end up? So that then you pick up the thirds where you have ended up with the diminuendo. It's lovely if you can do that rather than. That is then unconnected to what you did with the scale. That's good if you can do it from there. That's lovely. So do you see it sort of comes together like that? So when you do that passage, if you could think about the importance of the minim being heard, you have a minim, not semi-brio, I'm speaking rubbish, there's another, yes, it comes later on when you are on the, it's exactly the same, but it's an octave lower down. So those are like different cases because it's followed up by something else. I think that what we have said will cover the rest of it. So it's the end-serve slurs, and let me just see, I wrote something here. Oh yes, you see, you do these crotchets beautifully, so I'm just stating my case again. So if we can look at the end of the exposition, just within those Gaelic passages, when you have crotchets in like 37, can you find 37? You played those crotchets lovely and long. So I think that's the sort of crotchet that I would tend to do even when they have a little staccato. So don't stab them. I would give. You played it beautifully. That was really, really good. Let me just see if there's anything else that I wrote. let me just say 42. No, I've said that. Yes, I have said. Can we just do the cadence in 40? You could argue that bar 46, 42 is important. So when you do this, that is, to me, it is different from the end. You don't, while the exposition obviously comes again at the end, but I think this exposition in a way finishes there because that's the clearest cadence on earth. One, and here we are. That's the 1C, and then it becomes dominant. So what you add now is just like sort of, well, I come home, so I'm just sort of waving goodbye. Can you do that bar for us? Just your left hand would be fine. Yeah, so see if you can make sure that goes there. So. Excellent. A very good steely finger there you had. So I would point out. So that's the one. And then you go D major. And what's the lowest note? A. So that makes it into a second inversion. Just before we move on, can you play a D major chord anywhere on your right? Oh, let's play it here. Can you play a D major chord? That's it. Now with it, play a D. Now with it, play an F sharp. That's the first inversion. Now play an A. Just an A, single A in your left hand. No. Yes, okay. So shall I show you again what I want? You can listen and not be the pianist, you can be the listener. Root position. Very secure. Let's do a first inversion. It's a bit sitting on the fence. But if you do the second inversion, you know what's going to happen. You see, there's only one possible way out. So I would look at the end in the light of this because it doesn't happen at the end. So your exciting moment for the cadence at the end is, can you just go to the end so I'll tell you where it happens. So it finishes in bar 116. Because you don't have that same passage at the very end. So can you turn to the very end? Where is 116? Yeah, can you see it? So that is really, you don't have the same early cadence, but that is your cadence, and afterwards you are just not doing anything exciting. We would have time to play just through the party.
The jig, yes.
Yeah, no, the jig, yeah.
The jig,
Shall we
yeah.
do that?
Yeah.
The jig, shall we do
The
that?
jig, yeah.
Okay, that's really good because we don't have time and it's largely going to be the same thing. Really good. See if you can lean on the upbeat more than the downbeat. So try that way. You know, do the second note a bit soft. I'm sorry to. So yeah, then soft, loud, softer. That's it. But not overdo it. We'll try that again. Excellent. Very clever. Well done, you. I think think that might be a good way forward. Not overdoing, but at the moment they sound to be equals. And I think it would be a good idea to do them so that the upbeat is the more important. And you know what I mean by the upbeat, it's not on beat one. And then the other thing is the stuff in the middle, which is harmonically really lovely. Don't think you need to play it down so much. See if you can bring it up a bit more. Just try that now. Don't worry if you don't get the accents right at the top. We are now talking about the different thing, which is the balance between the crotchets and the padding in the middle, because I think that padding could be louder. Yeah, just go from there. Play all these. The quavers can be louder than you are doing.
Just the right hand. Or...
Yes, the right hand give a loud, yes. You know, play hands together so that there's more of a, you see, the words, when your left hand goes over, we can always hear that, but we can't always hear the harmonic progressions which are within the middle range, in the quaver, so we need to hear those more. Yeah, the right hand is too soft, yeah.
Not sure what you mean.
So, but where is your copy? Oh no, you don't have a copy. So when you do this, those quavers, they can be louder here.
So the accompaniment.
Yeah.
How are you suggesting the accompaniment could be stronger?
Yeah, good, yeah. Play those loud to me. This your D and yeah. It's a nice, yeah. It's a lovely rich interval. Can we go this slow? Do it like that now. Play them louder. Play them. This. So when you do your thing, that's it. Entirely right in that there is obviously a separation of roles, and that musical material is carried very much by the crotchets, but it's also carried harmonically by what's there. And I would create a richer landscape myself. I spent a lot of time when I was preparing my course, and I listened to various people, and I just noticed how wonderful it is when you can hear the harmonic progressions, and you can't hear them if you are so very sold on the crotchets. So that's, I think I don't need to say anything else. So I would not put weight on the second of those crotchets, but I would put more on the up. But they are sufficiently far from each other on the whole for them to be distinguished. Okay, well, thank you very much. Well done.
Lovely playing.
It's such well prepared playing.
Hi, Feder, come on in. I think we've got room for Feder. Feder, would you like to come in here? And I'm going to ask Tanya if she would sit in the middle room. So it's Beth next. No, it's Callum next. It's Beth next. It's Beth next.
Yeah. Oh.
I think you're next. Yes. Beth, doing her Italian. Feder, come on through into this room so you can see better.
Hello. Nice to see you.
So Beth had a lesson with Heli in June, April, May, June, July?
Yes.
In the spring, anyway.
Yeah.
Hi, come have a seat, Feder. Great to see you. Have a seat, or as you prefer the floor if you like.
So, whenever you're ready. What a performance. We have well done you. So, and you know, it's so interesting that you were slightly insecure here and there, but you always knew what to do. That's it. I think that's so important that you don't leave us sort of thinking, oh, poor girl, she's going to collapse. But you just, you know, kept your cool. I just remember a pupil of mine had a terrible memory lapse in the middle of a little concert that we were given, and he looked at the audience and said, this is where it goes wrong at home as well. so had he burst into tears, everybody would have been very uncomfortable. Right. Now, at the beginning, I really enjoyed that. Now, because, you know what, I just wonder what for you is the main, if you had to find a word to describe the atmosphere here, what would you say? What are you saying with it? What do you think? Are you saying that it is wistful? No. What did you say?
Joyful?
Exactly. That I think you're portraying. But if you're aware of that, maybe from time to time, particularly when you come back to the main theme, that you could really just say, ah, here we come again. And I wondered when you would do the second statement, whether you again like a little bit so when you are doing some significant change, like we went on in the better to the second subject, that you take a tiny bit more time to sort of go on. So when you have done the first bars and you come back to the C major chord, then you should sort of just take a tiny bit more time. I'll say 2 more things. Have you got your copy there so we can talk about it? I was just interested in how in 9 and how in 9 and 11 you got that when you come back that you have a tenor there that C that needs to carry more. Could you do your left hand from 9 onwards for 3 bars? Yeah, now notice that because you got, sorry, you don't be too heavy on that because you then going, I'm talking about the decay of the C, the tied C. So 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1. Could you do your left hand? It is the top C which is the important one. Why don't you do it once like yeah, I see we can still get that steeliness while you do them together. It's hard. I can just about do it. That's it. And then make sure it's still there when you go to the next bar. That's bad. Yeah, okay. So I would ask you to just pay a little bit more attention to that. Fine. We won't worry about that now because it's going to take you some time to assimilate that you're playing. But we may try to do the entry in C major with a bit more air between them and maybe step up one tiny little notch in volume so that your F major and C major don't sound exactly the same. We like that. Well, it's up to you. Right. Then we are looking at bar 20. Yes, I think it was to do, I put a little gap here. So, yes, one thing is, how do you do it? Sometimes I look at your crochet chords, which are no problem at all, but how do you use your wrist, for instance, when you got when you have 14, for instance, you've got 2 chords, I'm going to see you, look at your hand. Exactly. This is, yeah, use your wrist like that, so you're sort of kneading the music like that, that's fine. Right, I've written here something that I cannot work out. Could we do the next section so that when you come to the cadence, which is now really concluded before the soloist comes in, so I'm talking about the end of this section in so 27 and so on, you know where that is. So can you really go to town and hold back nothing, and then we'll stop there because there's something in 20 which I forgot to write down what it was. So which is a convenient place to start with? Do you want to start in 14 or 15? Yeah. Whether are you going to do, and this is in fact 21, are you going to do, well, I think it would be some more sensible to do, I would do that, but I think that you need to just bash away at the end, much more. Could we pick you up in that double semicolon passage in 25, and you know, just give everything you got. This is Baroque. There are 2 types of Baroque pieces by Bach, and one are the really sensitive. And the other one is the Brandenburg concerto. This is a Brandenburg concerto. So you've got to really sort of know everybody's enjoying themselves. So this cadence needs to be the biggest that you've had so far, 4-5-1, because you're then going on to something else. Are you able to pick it up from 25? I would stop for half an hour because it's such a shock. You shouldn't be doing things like that. Should be. And of the two crotchets in bar 26-7, it's the second crotchet. Sorry, no. I'm looking at bar 26 and I'm looking at the last quaver. The familiar figure which you do. So, no, it's not the familiar figure. So it's the C. Remember the F is like your upbeat, so don't do the last chord in bar 26 softer than the C, but play that loud and play the second beat loud in the next bar because it's got to last longer. So I'm talking about last notes, last chords in both bars 26 and 27. Can we go from 25 once more? So, is that right? I'm doing that right thing. Da, 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 da. So it's not, but exactly, because there's no slur there. And then in the next bar, so what chord is that, by the way? In bar 27.
I'm on 26.
Yeah, tell me about it.
It's F major.
Yes, and so we could enjoy that, you know. So really wallop that. That's the sense of place of no return. Let's go once more from 25, so that you really grow into those second beat, the last beats of those two bars. Can you go da da da? It's that moment when you sort of go, look at me, and then you sort of finish it off. Now, what can we do next? What could be better? It says piano for the, doesn't it? So, can you really sort of say, here is the soloist, we've had the tutti, and now the solo is going to be here. So, very different sounds. So, left hand really needs to get out of the way. I like to hear a little bit of those so that you can get your finger work really clean. I know you've jinxed that place. It's just going to go over. Don't worry about that. I wouldn't worry about it. I think you're getting a bit loud, a bit too soon. I wonder if you could. Don't worry if it goes wrong now, because you had a bit of a problem with it and you just need to sort it out at home. And so you probably play perfectly at home all the time, and we know that. But when you're doing that passage, I was just missing a little bit of the crotchets. Are you able to do your left hand from, let me look, 43? Or 40, yeah. Maybe it should go 40, 42. 42. So, what fingering are you using when you go? Yeah. I see, and then you want to do. I understand understand that you want to do a staccato, that's fine. But then can you give us a bit more of the... Can you make that more important? Because you're doing the staccato, they sort of stand out more than I think they need. So could you, even if you play slightly below speed, because I'm asking you to do something different, I would like to hear more of the, particularly the upbeat quaver, which is always like a dominant to the tonic. So can you pick it up now with hands together from somewhere where it's convenient for you? Yeah. I think you're just too loud, so we can't hear your crotchet because you're doing pitty too loud. So tone them down. Would it be terrible to play them legato? I think you need to arrive on, whether you do it staccato or legato, it's neither here nor, but whether you... I can't hear you get onto that F. I think you need to arrive on that F more. And also because to separate the parts, I wouldn't do, but I would do. You can see. So that you're soft, especially to start, and then you do a crescendo towards the end. Can you try that with your left hand now? Okay, go on. Yeah. Can you put hands together still, even if it's below B speed? Yeah, I think that's the point of that. Okay. And then we need to, let me just see what I've written here. Let me just see. So we dealt with that. Okay. I think that you need to be, do you need to sort of maybe take a tiny bit more time when you do it in, when you come to 52? What do you think? Can you do the downward scale in 52? Okay, do you want to do a crescendo or diminuendo in that downward scale? You want to run into it from?
Yeah.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible, isn't it? Can you just play that scale down really slowly? Just. And now join it with the right hand bend, but do below speed. I wouldn't play the quavers quite as short as that. And I would maybe do a crescendo in the left hand all the way down to the C. And therefore, when you do, so it's not, but if that coincides with a crescendo in your left hand, it could be quite yummy. Yes, do it again and really enjoy those low notes. Yes, and then you open it to C major. So we're sort of looking for those joyous moments a little bit more. So we've done that. Could we look at 2073? So what on earth do I mean here? Ooh. Oh, the chords, yes. That was the chords. This was the place where I looked at your hand and I thought those chords could say a little bit more. I'm talking about the crochet chords in 70, I'm writing 73 and 74 up there. Can you find those chords? Yeah. I wonder if you could go where you start ta ta da in 69. Would that be a pickup point? Do that once more because I was sorry, I was not concentrating. I'm very sorry. That's really good. I really enjoy that. And I think those chords could be really big because then, and you do that staccato so well. Could you be slightly louder in the upbeat staccato? Da di 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 da da. So not so much on the first beat, but on the last note. Just try that once more. Yeah. So you could build up maybe a little bit as well, but then you got the idea really, really well. Then it says something about 96. What happens in 96? Yes, yes. I haven't written here what it was. Is there a pickup point somewhere near there? Anywhere near there? Would it be the when you start in 90? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I know now what it was. When you are in 96, I think that even if you've been doing legato, when you have two quavers like theta, like that, but here, because the second one is tied, I think you need to, I would pick up da di da da da, di di da da da, so that you get more to the syncopation. That's all it was. The trills were really lovely. You're really managing those beautifully. Do you trill right to the end? You do trill right to the end, don't you? Some people would stop trilling on maybe the last semiquaver so as that you get the idea of the tie. But that I leave that to you and Jenny because I wasn't worried about that. But then I felt quite passionate about 139. Isn't that one of the big returns? Yeah, and I think you just need to do what we did before, so that the upbeat is enormous and that you go down with a big crescendo. But that is very similar point that we've been making anyway. Hang on a minute. And 162 is so. I'm not going back actually a little bit. No, I'm not. 160. I've just written arrive. Yeah. Yes, so you know when you are heading there again, it's the same point that the scales have to lead you somewhere. You've got to make more of them, and at the end, you know, do exactly the same that we've done in the similar places before. When you have that diminished chord, you know, you just make it more theatrical. Jenny, do we have time to do just the beginning of the set?
Yes, go on. Even if it's just the first page or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Just a tiny bit would be lovely. Thank you.
singing tone, we will modify the tone very, very slightly so that you are aware of the decay of the long note. So when you come after the first A, when you pick it up from of the G, so if you modify the sound so, and then rise. So the softest of the quaver semis is probably the G that comes out of the long A, and the loudest is the last F. And then in the next bar, ti 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 da, ta ta ti. So look for the quaver semis that are to be tied and rise into them with a bit more sound. What do you think about the third when you come on? Which way do you want them to be? Is the first the loudest or the softest? Yeah, so you never come. Yeah, so make sure that you enter gently in there because you want to sort of like pick up what you did there. And even though it doesn't decay, but so you don't make like a new start with a set of thirds. So I'm going again from the beginning, and each time you start those three thirds, you can be even gentler. Just do some detail work on the first two bars and then we'll finish because it'll be applicable to every. Go from where the tune starts, the tip-a-pam. Do you have to be as loud as that in the semiquavers? See if you can tone them down a little bit and just give a tiny bit more to the F. So the C sharp and the D, they will speak, you know, they are so exposed. I think you can really go ta-da-dee. I would. Yeah, loud. You're not loud enough on the air. You got to put like a torch. And then you can't get. Yes. Yeah. I think you've understood how that works. So, you know, you modify your sound and you want to play with the singing sound, I understand that, but when it's so exposed, you can be quite intimate as long as it carries. So don't do any unnecessary internal crescendos unless you have a really good idea. Carry the tight notes. Thank you, Beth. That was really lovely. Well done. You're going on really, really well. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, do you need a glass of water, Heli, or are you okay? Because you've got to sit there, you've got another.
Well, I'm awash with wonderful music, so
Yes,
what could be
absolutely.
better?
So Callum is going to give us some Mozart, K331.
It's kind of funny when I was studying in Paris, they call him Mozart.
So,
Is it the same?
come in here, please do. People come in
Right. Well, very nice to meet you, Callum, because as you know, I know your brother.
Yes.
A different person. Yes. Okay. Have you been playing this piece a long time? Yeah.
Long.
That's okay. Right, off we go. I think it's a great performance. Right. I want to hear you to play some Beethoven. Oh, gosh, you should do the, I can just hear you going. You've got a huge sense of drama and a very good touch on the chord and so on. Really, really good. We need to tone you down for Mozart, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's always better to do that way. It's much harder to crank somebody up to play loud. Have you heard that before, that you should be more delicate, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe. Oh, once or twice, yeah. Right, shall we just do a couple of examples? Are you due to play anything else, or is this it? This is as if you need to play anything else, some sort of mammoth task. No, this is a huge achievement, and you've done extremely well. We need to just look at some of the things that you had some problems with. Now we're going to look at variation 6 first of all, the last one. Right? Now, because you're going to have those wonderful chords and it says forte then, how about if the first 4 bars would be really very, very gentle? So the left hand. So how about that? So to create this contrast, let's see if you can just, have you got your music there? Then we can.
No.
I know, but I have it all in my window. Sometimes I feel I've got so much music in my head that I want to say memory full, So, but then I can point at specific bars if you see what I mean. So I want to hear the first 4 bars so that you don't give us any inclination that it's then going to blossom into something else. You can be very expressive within the piano. So can we hear that first one? Yeah, then you do something else. Go on. So can we now hear you do the something else as well? So this time you just showed that you can do it. Now I want you to link it to something, so you don't let the atmosphere of one seep into the other, but keep them in compartments. Okay, now, does your copy have a little squiggly line on the chords? Yes, it does. Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yes.
Can we do the squiggly line when you play? And listen, when Mozart wrote these things, he didn't specify whether it was the loudest forte on earth or just a medium-sized forte. I would suggest that in the context of a happy sonata, A major, it's a very jolly key. I wouldn't be too tragic about that, but I would just go. So, rich, but not aggressive. Yes, that's it. And you see, breaking them makes them a bit less aggressive, as opposed to, you see what I mean? That there's a difference. Can you go now straight into a Mozart forte with arpeggiated chords? Can you snatch your don't go over the 4th semiquaver when you're right. Okay, that's lovely. Can I hear your right hand alone? Okay, we don't need. I hear a bit. But what about feeling the beat? Yeah, you don't. Again, the notes on the beat don't need any help from you. We know where they are, so you don't need to do. For fun, hang on a minute. I'm teaching you something very funny that you do. Can you detach the first of each group of 4 so it's the lightest rather than the heaviest? Yeah, exactly, but lead into it. So the 4th is the loudest. Yeah, I would go all the way. Then Mozart said about his music that it should flow like oil. Now, oil doesn't have any grit in it. You know, there are no angles in it. You can't have a sort of sharp angle. It's sort of all going like that. And you get the angles away if you don't put accents on the notes of the main beat. So I always would do this sort of practice for Mozart. Try not up to speed there. I know you did. No. So that do I go. No. Not. Exactly. Okay. And ultimate, much as we love our chords, that's what we want to hear. Can you now alter the balance in favor? There. Yeah, so. Yes. Yeah, excellent. Okay. Right. So that is to illustrate that you need to modify your fortes. They are too wonderful, but you know they're in the wrong place, so to speak. As I said, you know, I'm dying to hear you. Now, what about those tricky bars that you got there by the power of your will and the strength of your fingers? 125 when you have double semi-quavers. Can you do hands together and do the way I said that I would practice these passages? So do your left hand without the right hand so that you detach the first of each group of 4. Okay, you should get the momentum for the little finger from your thumb. So instead of doing, sorry, you should do, sorry. So if you exactly. So it's nearly like a circular movement, and that way you are learning to you are using too much energy everywhere. So this, because you got a lot of energy, but this way you would be detaching your hand and getting the momentum for the subsequent note by the lifting off and falling on to the next one. This is a really good technique for any semi-quaver passages. I use it for anything like I would be dead by bar 8, so but you how did we have to pedal? And then it's because it's by virtue of it being in the right place, it will not sound out of time. Do you do that one? Do you do it? No. No, well done, you pick it by ear. Yes, okay, well done. So I say seriously, you need to do something about your technique because your fingers are a bit sort of overworking. But this way, by releasing the tension, you will get a much nicer sound. So what about doing that hands together slowly with a whatever it is. You started putting accents, the first two were, but then you started doing da-dee, but up. Take with the 4, hang on a minute, just be paid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. No, not 1, but. Can you do right hand alone? That's it. Okay. So maybe you need to do some separate hands before you put them together. But I tell you that you just need to do it everywhere where you've got semiquavers because you're forcing your sound and you're putting accents where you know. You're really musical and you've got very good control of your hands, but they do funny things. They do funny things.
We do know.
Yes. It's not as if you hadn't heard it before. Let me me just now be a bit more organized. I wanted to do, I particularly liked your fourth variation. That was just heaven. Let's hear a little bit of that, and they will tell you off. We'll praise you a little bit and get you into a good mood. Just show us what you did. The only thing is that when you have said don't you think it's a 4-bar phrase? Well, I hope you do. So could you just round it off in the 4-bar phrase? To me, you just went on exactly the same, and I would just take a little bit more in the 4th bar of this variation, or of the, yeah. Could you just try that? Can we have it without Mrs. Ignatius-Fleet singing? Can you do it just you without me singing? Can you do that now again? And I promise not to sing. How would you like to shape this? You know, that's the 4th bar. That's where it arrived, isn't it? So can you make a bit more? I mean, so you're quite obvious of what key you are in. All right. So you arrive in that chord, don't you? So you arrive in the arrival passed me by. I liked your first 2 phrases very much, but when you should have rounded it off in the 4th bar, I just didn't know what you wanted to do. Can you conclude it by ending up in that E major chord more? Yeah. You probably don't want to overdo it, but you are not phrasing clearly enough. So even in the one that I like very, very much, I would have wanted a clearer outline. But now we need to tackle your octaves. Here again, you get your octaves simply because you're clever, musical, and you've got strong fingers. But your octave technique is quite shocking because you're not using. I mean, Mozart puts a slur there. Well, was he ever hopeful? How can we do that? But you see, look at my hand. Can you see what your hand goes like that? You're losing a lot of span because your knuckles go in. Okay, you won't change it today, but I'm telling you that you need to have those knuckles up. Have you heard this before? Okay. Do you want to go home and weep now? Okay. Now, what I would do is, can you bring these fingers together like that? Yes, you can do that. And then you don't let them go too far from that. Okay, so can you see a nice cup I have there? I can put something there. So have straighter fingers, look like that. Yeah, yeah. And what about the wrist? Can you the wrist? Ah, yes, we can do so. Okay. I don't. Yeah, of course you got very flexible hand. I often do this as if doing a breaststroke like that. Can you do that? Away from the piano. Can you see my left hand? The wrist is in, knuckles up like that. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, you got it there, you got it there. And ultimately the 2 fingers that want to meet is your thumb and your 4th finger. So if you can make those meet, then you have the right hand position. If you have a 4th finger meeting, because that's ultimately what happens. Okay, but now when it comes to the reality of this octave, can you see that I spring up? And if you sprung up, then yes. No, okay. In order to make it it sound more like I won't change your hand position today, but it really needs some attention. You should be doing octave scales so that you wouldn't be so involved with the music.
He does. He does them very slowly, and we pick the scale.
Oh, that's very useful to know. Shall we do an A minor scale? Okay, you do it splendidly, but you are using quite a lot of energy, and there's a lot of air between your fingers. I would drag them. So spring up and then have hardly any time. So drag them. Not. But. Drag. And somebody said you're sort of whisking them like that. That wrist is very stiff. Yank it up. Can you go on the D and go? Yes, you can. Yeah, so. Notice I can do it because my wrist is high. If it was low, I would do a very stiff wooden arm. So, anyway, we've said that, and I put it. Right, now. I have just written that the beginning was ravishing, but it's too loud. And I particularly wanted to hear number 2. And you just play a couple of bars, sorry, not number 2, number 1, the first variation. So that it's like, dare I go here, little mice. Can we find a couple of bars of that? No, sorry. Variation 1. Yeah, can we go with the repeated note? When you do those repeated notes in the left hand, think of the sixth one. 1, 2, 3, da 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 da. You sometimes ignore them. I would practice it a couple of times so that you would and then start from there, repeat the note onto which you have arrived. So can you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, and then start from there and do the next group. Can you try that now? And then repeat that, and then start, and then you go to so because I think not some of your connections are not good, and they are because you are sort of finishing one and you're not connecting. So if you do the 6th semi-quaver, so then you connect better. Right, so that was about that. Yes, and I've talked about the repeated notes. I have said the most important things. Can we just very briefly look at variation 5? So I'm backtracking now. Can you just do the opening phrases, 4 bars of variation 5? When you're on the dotted quaver, you will have another group of demisemis underneath. If you put an accent on the 3rd group of demisemis, your long note in the right hand will be compromised. So can you play that 3rd group particularly quiet on its A? Now, if you hear it more, if you have the sorry, I put all sorts of things here. So the C sharp must shine through, and it won't if you put an accent while you are holding. No, can you do ta ta? Exactly, and underneath you mustn't play the left hand as loud. Try that. Yeah, but you still put an accent. And now, yeah. it's your left hand that I'm talking about. That it's when you do that Alberti bass, and you never really need to say the Alberti bass as loud as you do. So when you do, not. You have a slight tendency to do, and I would practice that left hand so you do. So it's not. But equal little pom-poms. That would sustain much better than. In an Alberti bass, we are interested to hear the harmonies. We are not interested to hear the beat. Because the beat, if you play evenly, it'll be by virtue of it just being right. Let's try that left hand once more without the right hand, that you play the first two bars all the way like one. That's beautiful. So in a way here again is the fourth semi, or demisemi, from which you get the momentum for the one, which you then pick up. Okay, try hands together now. Yeah, let me just see if there's anything. I've said that. Yes, what did I say? There's some repeated notes in this variation 5. Yeah, you just need to make sure that you don't bunch them together too fast. And what about when you go into the thin air? You could take a little bit long at the top of those little runs. Do you know what I mean? The variation 5. You want to show the audience what I'm talking about? You could do a diminuendo sud. Now you do it just with the last note. I would do as soon as you start the demisemi. I would keep them softer. All the demisemis which are there. Why don't you do hands together? It's so lovely. If you need it to be a bit more, each time that comes there. So the little tiny strubato. It is such an odd phrase to do, so I would sort of not draw attention to it as much as you did by playing the first bit of the scale loud, but I would do that gently. Okay, well there's quite a bit there that you are getting absolutely right, but you would get it even better if you just tone everything down. And just remember, you are not you when you're playing the piano, you are putting yourself into the dress of these Baroque people. And what color were their clothes? What sort of colours would they wear?
Flamboyant.
I don't think so. I wish they did. I wish they were very much into sort of pale silks and golden, this and that and the other. So I'm talking about the classical period, not the Baroque. But you know, if you look at pictures of Mozart period, there is pink, there's pale blue, there is sort of golden yellow and a lot of cream. But anything big is not there. And I remember reading about the French court, and some courtier, Duc de Saint-Simon, who was very, very cross with the king, instead of saying, I hate your guts, I turned very sharply on my heels, he said. So everything is understated, and you're supposed to understand it. So I think you need to understand more because you're really, really musical, but it is a little tiny bit heavy. There we are. Thank you, Colin. That was very good.
Wow, my goodness. 4 youngsters have worked extremely hard to prepare for today and for the lesson. And Heli has been working extremely hard. So thank you very, very much. Now I believe Sebastian has just gone into the kitchen to put the kettle on. So come on through, place your orders for teas and coffees and juices and grab some biscuits and so on. Wash your hands, do whatever. Well done, Callum. Thank you. Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh. It's lovely. Sitting still.
Yes.
Oh, great. My goodness.
It's how interesting that you should have a Finnish girl. How lovely.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
She's observing.
Yeah.
She's working for level 4 with Marit Honana. Anyway, she's a Suzuki teacher trainer in Finland. But she finds that observing this supports the work that she's doing for Marit.
Oh, right.
So she's been observing for, I don't know, a year perhaps. And in fact, this last summer when I had a little teacher training course here in Cambridge, she came. Danny's here and Sue's here and about 6 of them. So Marit came. She was the only one from abroad who came. Because we're not quite yet feeling very comfortable travelling yet, mostly. Anyway, do you want to wash it? Do you want to go upstairs to wash your hands in case it's queued?
Yes, I would
Do
be
you
happy
want
with that.
Susan.
So we can run away and watch the rest of the night. We're gonna rush home. We'd like to watch the rest.
All right. Toby, nice to see you here. Well done. Well, Beth, you played so well. I hope you found some of those things were useful. I was busy scribbling notes down and Beth was busy scribbling things down. Kirsten's recorded it, so if there's anything that we missed, we can watch again. And Maya was great, wasn't she? Yes. Absolutely super. Listen carefully, briefly, listen carefully. And impressive. So, well done. Great, well I'll see you in 45 minutes or something on that. Don't worry. But yeah, working on your stuff. Brilliant. Oh, hello, goodbye. Hello, goodbye. Yes, they'll be online shortly.
The only thing I didn't do, I didn't put out half the
Yes, exactly. Brilliant. Thank you so much for getting that started. Thank you. Have a look at the door. The score on the. Oh yes. You did. Great. See you soon. Bye. Right, come on through. Brilliant. Really? Like more than an hour, more than I do 3 hours. On piano, 2 hours, and piano 1 hour. Just kidding, I do an hour. I'm like, no, I do not just 3 hours. No. I'm like, how much piano have you ever do then? I mean, piano or viola or violin? 5 minutes. Like 15 minutes. Really? I need day maps. Really? Yeah. I do like 45 minutes. One but 4. Okay, 4. Not viola. Is it like 6, 7? No. 5. I've only been doing viola for 4 years. Book 5, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what Tom's on. I think it's been just like the book before his lesson. I don't know when is Tom. He's gonna come now. He's gonna come. Oh, he's gonna come now. No? He's got a bit messed. Is it 3:30? Yeah. So why are they doing the same please? First one. Because the show-offs. What do you mean show-offs? I finished just like the piece of say 2 parts, like 10 minutes. I'm gonna go now. But Tom's gonna be here like literally in 5 minutes. You go hang out with your bestie Callum. But I think Tom's gonna come here like really soon. I'm not sure. Okay. Maybe you realize he's not very far. We all come. We've got a reception committee. Hey, good. So we've got our masks off at the moment. Yeah, go and wash your hands. Not very clever. Just emailed everyone to say thank you for not banging the door. And that's on the outside. You've got to get going, of course. Well done. You prepared really well, you played beautifully, and you were tremendously responsive. I mean, she kept on asking one thing after another, after another, and after another. You explore them, you experiment with them, and yeah, you're right. I must go through all of it. You must go through those. My things until so if there is anything you want to revise, refresh your memory, what was it exactly she was doing? Gets around by Monday evening, not Tuesday morning. Tonight. Later on, I had to just class, but I thought I did have to. Hey, hey, how 5 minutes. Lovely to see you. Yeah, come on in. So we sort of taken our masks off for a drink and so on. Yes, we are. We've just been in the kitchen having tea, so we're not, but we basically we are. Yes, if that's okay. Great. And I'm sometimes remembering to sanitize between, but not every time. But I have a couple of times that do glare at me if I fail to remember. Close the door. Yes, I think so. Yeah, great.
You stole it. Hey, you stole my one piece. What? Yeah, you stole my one piece. That's a matter of one piece. No, no, that's a matter of one piece. What's a one piece? You had to have
No, it'll go. It's only since I had a filling done like 2 weeks ago. It's just so sensitive. I'm playing this is playing yourself. I don't find it replacing the music and I forget it. Being able to just play by memory because I always like that autopilot stop.
How are you doing?
I didn't bring that Chopin waltz either. Have you got the Chopin waltz?
Yes, don't worry, Chopin waltz.
I know it so well.
Peter's edition.
Any which you will do.
Yeah, no problem, Heli.
I had it out and then I didn't pack it.
Yeah. Where's it gone? Here a minute ago. Yeah, I'm working in books.
Oh, it's in one of the collections, is it?
Yeah. And I didn't Three children through here, please. Three children. Yeah, Anne should talk about Veronica should probably be here. Yes.
It doesn't have to really smile.
You can still see the smile eyes. The smiles at the end. It's not critical, actually. Do we need another mic chair in here? Children, please. See if I can move chairs. Actually, Anne will be sitting there, so if there's 2 boys, I think we're going to do it all. So, I don't yes, hiding mine and books. Yes. Good. Those boys. Now, boys, we're about to start. Come and take your seats and you see we've got enough seats for you, please. Do you two want seats next to each other? Sue, come and sit. Oh yeah, go on. I don't know, that might be perhaps not a good idea to have those boys sitting next to each other. They've been on work, so they were at Bryanston together, yes. They've gone on to West Bryanston this year. Anyway, they're thick as thieves.
I was reviling.
Piano club. So, Heli, here is Anne.
Hello, Anne.
Has shot up recently. She is only 12 and a half. And so, anyway, she's she's going to play some Haydn and she's going to play the Chopin.
Excellent, excellent. I look forward to hearing you play. Whenever you're ready. It's a bit strange to play in front of somebody else, I know that. But,
Should I not do the repeats in Haydn?
that's fine. Thank you very much. You play with such musicality that, you know, the modulations and the changes in tonality and so came out really naturally, and the journey was very easy to follow. Very much enjoyed that. I've got sort of things to say which are again in the realm of take it or leave it. It's just that when there is nothing said, that you should change your dynamic range. To me, that like too many accents, and that's to do with the fact that there are some very clearly marked accents that you do need to do. Like you have, are they just marked as forte? I think they're sometimes in brackets as forzato. That's fine. But when there is none there, so you don't need to do just do the first phrase. So that, and then another thing, in Haydn's time, Mozart's time, in the Viennese classical time, the differences are not often as extreme as you are doing. So, you know, let the sforzato come out of the landscape, but you know, it's just a very simple. I mean, to me, this piece is worth playing, particularly because of the exciting development. And the beginning, I think, if you don't want to fix on too many details, because it is very, very simple. So could we try the beginning so that you do fewer accents? We'll do it up to where the triplets start. I'm just going to be a total nuisance and hardly started, and I'm going to ask you to do something slightly different. If you're not careful, I know it's a quick one, but if you do, but it's a triad, isn't it? So I think I would like to, if anything, I would like to give more to the E, because it's the E that gives the triad the character, and not so. Try that. Sorry. Yeah, you do. You know, you already said we already know what harmonies are, so you don't have to do it. But that's it. I would do it like that.
So should I do the first phrase up until the triplets?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. People play it like that, and it's perfectly good like that. What would it sound if your crotches were a little bit plumper? So not quite a. So. And then. How would that suit you? I don't mean them to be longer, but let's say that they are slightly lazier staccato than you are doing. They're still short. Rather. Because a very short note does sound like an accent. very, very short notes. The people said she's playing detached notes. That was just an observation about that. Then if you carry on, can you see any accents until we come to the bit with the ornaments? I'm talking about when you come to 20, back to the triplets and you have the ornaments. I can't see any accents anywhere there.
You have a short sounder.
Where?
When it goes back to the triplets.
Oh, where? I can't see one in my code. Can you come? Which bar is that? Oh, yeah, that one there. But apart from that, so what I mean is that see if you can just sort of make it more what is it. You don't need to enhance its staccato and precise rhythm quality. What you need to do is to fill in the gaps with some harmony, even though they are short notes, but so that there's just something to hang on, which is not quite so big like pinpricks. So I would just tone it. It has to be lively and short notes, but it's particularly the accents that I reacted to. So let's take it from where we arrive now. So can you go into the triplets now and play it until bar 20?
Can I go in from a run in with the triplets?
Yes, of course,
Okay.
of course, go.
Ah.
Do you see what I mean? Okay. Now look at bar 15. Tell me about the harmony in bar 15.
Goes from D minor to
Yeah.
G7.
Have you had a D minor chord before? No. And it's not as if you should stand up and say D minor, but you need to know that that's the first time that there's a minor chord. So it's as if a little cloud came in front of the sun. I don't think you knew that was there. Where can you take it so that we can run? Can you go a couple of bars before that?
From.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So there's a bit of an accent. Don't do the accent. Yeah, so it's just a good idea to notice when something harmonically interesting happens. Let me just get my notes. Let's see what. Oh yes, and my next thing. I've said that 32 is my next little bit that I wanted to talk. Yeah. What is that? What does that make you think?
I mean,
We're going to play it to people so that they know what we are doing. Yeah, okay, what do you think that that's about?
it's sort of more triumphant than
Very good. What instrument does it make you think?
trumpet.
Yeah, and they're not particularly sensitive people, are they? So, I mean, oh, sorry, all trumpets, they're very, very sensitive. They're just like Chopin there. But you know, ta-ti. But because you're just saying a harmony, how about if you change that just for fun, and you don't have to do it all the time. But what about if you did not, no, but because the top note is, we're going to hear it anyway. Once we said D major, we know it's D major. And the same here, ta-ti-tu-ti-ta-ti-ti-ta. I would do it. Yeah, but funnily enough, I know that it's here, but I would just blast those, you know, but it's a matter of taste. So I would do ta-ta. But that's very much a matter of taste, but that's what I would. Your octaves are wonderful. You've got such good riffs. That was a delight to see. Really, really good. Let me just see what my next thing is. 91, so I'm getting a long way. Okay, let me just see what this could be.
It's where the octaves start in the left hand.
Yes, thank you. I needed that little bit of help. Yes, I think what you do to shape them, would we just hear those octaves on their own?
With pedal or without?
Oh, it's up to you, I don't mind. Yeah, you play them very, very well. I would just say, what's the relationship of the last octave to the next note? What's the distance?
It's a semitone.
Yeah, and semitones, like big intervals, we talked, you maybe weren't here, but we were talking about sixths and how expressive sixths are and, big intervals, but so are semitones, because they've got this tremendous urge to go upwards. So I would just do a little crescendo, dee, 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 da, da, dee, do, da, so that you really establish that. And then you'll be pleased to hear that you weren't here when I gave my spiel. So you don't know about Napolitan 6, do you? There's a pleasure in store for all of you. Napolitan 6 is this gloomy thing that happens. Let me see in this harmony. 1, chord 4, chord 5. I can replace chord 4 with a Napolitan 6. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, yeah, Bach uses that quite a lot.
Yes!
Especially in organ music.
Everywhere, patitas, not necessarily the big one. Yes, you get this is a sort of moment. And do you know where that appears here? Well, I'll let you out of your misery. It is just here in bar 98, the first chord, because you are just momentarily, you are not even settling into A minor, but you're sort of toying with it. You sort of toying with it, and then because the next chord after you have a B flat major chord, and then it goes to a E major, which could be a dominant in A minor, and then but it goes to a major. So that's just a sort of fleeting thing, and that's why I love this development, because it does all these colors which you brought so well through. I don't know if you have time to name the chord, name the keys in which you go. For instance, if you just show us when you start the development, when you have that funny chord in 71, and then you move somewhere. Where do you move after 71?
F major.
Yes, and you don't expect that to happen, do you? Do you want to just? You could go really coy and quiet there and have a twinkle in your eye.
Mm-hmm.
You want to just lead us into it after the double bar.
Okay. From.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then that's it. Okay. You could go loud into that chord, but if you want to go soft, that's fine too. But I would play those left-hand chords minutely longer than you are doing. Just don't play them as if they were quaver staccatos. Play them Put the same passage again and experiment with a slightly plumper crotchets. How about if you went really loud into that?
Okay. From.
As you did before, but then do a crescendo into the chord. And then you could do a total contrast. It's rather fun like that. He hasn't said, so you can do what you want. So we have a whiff of that, and then you have a whiff of D major and G major, then you're back into F and so on. But if we just look at the passage where you are sitting on that long E before we move on, so you're sitting on a long E from 894, aren't you? Now, what happens when you come out of it? You got an A. If you play that A very loud, it's not going to, in a way, connect to the E. So I would not play the E very loud, but I would then do a crescendo towards the Neapolitan 6, which is the D in the next bar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you do it from the long E, if you can.
It's a crescendo to the D.
sense of that. So we've dealt with that. Can we look at 9? No, we've talked about that. I was just going to say that the A needs to be softer. 110 is the only one that I now have to mark on. I can't remember what it was.
It's the to the C
Yeah.
minor.
Oh yes, I think that I would give a sort of solid. So you're in C minor there.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I would go rather. I would sort of solid background to what you do in the right hand. Can you lead us into it?
Okay.
So that it's not, again, not just a sort of accent that sticks out of the context, but you know, something that gives you a sort of warm, solid background. That's all. That was really, really good. Yeah, I'm very, very impressed. And then we have the Chopin waltz. Let me just get my copy. I was just looking at it before I left home, and then I on the music. Piano stuff. Yes, it's very funny because it hasn't got any dynamics. You play your ornaments are just delicious. It's only allegretto, you know. Could we discuss the speed at all? Are you? It's a bit of a melancholy waltz, I think.
Okay.
Your third beat gets sometimes a bit lost in the. Let me just combine them. I would do it more. So it's a little bit. I can't say this without sounding terribly harsh, but there's something about the sort of clog dance about it, and I think we want to sort of elevate it somehow. So. A bit of a freedom. I don't get my point across if I don't show. When it goes D minor, that's more interesting. Then the first beat needs no help from you. I think this does. Yeah. me not like that. Okay. Okay. They are matters of taste. But I would also say that when you do, don't join that upbeat. You did that consistently in all the ones. I don't know if you could play the different speeds, but this is what I would definitely do because of the sort of the melancholy character of this and the freedom. I mean, they are not meant to be danced to. So the idea of doing doesn't appeal to me as much as. And you could even do it. Well, don't do that because it's very naughty. We don't do that, but you know, that is a way of delaying the third beat that you know people do that if it's a Viennese waltz. And then you go when you do the. It sounds when you did that, I thought, oh, that girl can play a fast arpeggio. Do I want to sing like that? So could you ease in? Exactly. So I would just play it a little bit slower. And then we look at and then all the upbeats, make sure that you don't let the pedal seep into the next beat. Similarly here, when you do the, I would do, make sure you're without the pedal there. Shape that more.
With the left hand on.
Yeah, the left hand, if you can, because you have 3 notes on the second beat and 1 on the first, you need to compensate and go. And then what do you want to do? How do you do that? I think you should do a consistent longer trill. That's what I would do. I would do. Which fingers do you trill with?
These two.
I can't see it. Tell me the number.
3 and 4.
Huh?
3 and 4.
That's kamikaze. 3 and 4 are not very.
No, it's because I only do a 5-note trill on that one.
Yeah, but you do a 5. Wait a minute. You could do a 7-note trill, and I would trill with 1 and 3, and you would do a wonderful caterpillar. Wonderful caterpillar. Can you do a wonderful caterpillar? No. Wonderful caterpillar. So wonderful, say wonderful, and then caterpillar, and do wonderful caterpillar. And then if you do it faster, wonderful caterpillar, wonderful caterpillar. Yeah, I would definitely do 1 and 3 there. And I would do a bit of a ping at the beginning so I get a. Because there's suddenly so many notes, you've got to play them quite gently, otherwise they're going to stick out too much. You get this coax them to come play. Oh, what are we doing? No, da-da-da-da-da. Don't hurry there. That's it. Don't sit on the first. No, don't sit on the first note. That's beautiful. I would do that. So that is just a long tremble. Da-dee-da-da-da. If you do da-da-da-da, then we are aware of the internal workings of that beat, and I don't think that's met. Well done. Thank you very much.
Lovely, lovely. Oh, we treated such lovely music. Right, Fedor is coming next.
Hello, Fedor. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you need a footstool. Fedor sometimes has no footstool when he needs the piano, but he really feels more comfortable with the footstool.
Okay. My coffee. Let me just see. Okay, I in the end found my own copy of this, so I could go to that. Excellent, I'm looking forward to hearing this, whenever you're ready. Very good. You play in a spirited way and you have lots of beautiful details. Really enjoyed that. Let's just discuss a couple of things. You weren't here when we were discussing, gave an introduction to how, what sort of things I'm going to be looking for. And one of the things that I mentioned was that one of my really wonderful teachers, or a Hungarian pianist, said that the most important accents are the ones that we take away. And I wondered if you could take away one of the accents now. It won't cost you a lot of energy and effort. So what about when you do the first, phrase? Let me just get my head around this. When you do. I don't think you need to do. So, and even when you do. You don't need to do. So see if you can just get away from those accents, do the first 8 class or so. So yeah, I tell you what, if you think positively, somebody said to me, if you tell people to play quietly, they just freeze. So you tell them to do something else loud. So if you do, no, that's not very good. In a way, the more interesting thing is the B. let's think about da di da di da 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 di da di da. So think about that because your fingers will not remember if you don't tell them. It was good. The first one was excellent, but the second one wasn't. So do it again. Really be in charge of your fingers. Yeah, so that is something that I will fix on a few more times, but I've now said it so you can look for it for yourself. And then when you come to the end, so make sure that we know where is the pulse. So when you have finished, so it's not. There's someone else saying. Yeah. So because I lost slightly the feeling of the count. Could you take it from the? Can you pick it up from? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So if you would do that again. No. Just present a nice bowl of apples. If you go from the beginning, da di da 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 di 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 da 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 di da 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 da. Yeah, you're well on the way. Now, can you go on into? It's such good finger work, really, really good finger work. When you do, so because of the highest note being on the beat, we will hear it whatever you do. So I would do rather, and then this other. So do a little crescendo into when you're coming down. So you're leading out of it, but don't emphasize the top note. Okay, very good. Now you have this chord here, and then you have that. At the moment you are in C major. So this is the first chord in C major. When you play a chord on G, that's the dominant. So at the moment you're playing them equally. Why don't you change the dominant? Give a tiny bit more to the G, D. So two hands together. So you could give a bit less to the C. And then go louder because you want to hear the change of the harmony. That's it. The dominant always has this tremendous pull, and it's got some. It's in a way much more exciting than the tonic. So when you do this, you could think of it as a two-bar phrase that just gets softer towards the end. So you don't want to draw any attention to. So I'll say that once more. So you try. That's really loud. Oh yes, and when you come there, now how can we make sure that that is again the same reason as I said before, that's because you're coming down on your thumb and you are in the middle of a beat, that the middle of the beat gets a little bit much sound. So it's the D which is on the beat, so you sure that we. Yeah, I would just like to hear that again once more. So, yeah, so it's never, but, and so on. So why don't we do, can you just lead into that and then go on from there? Yeah. Start the with yappa pa 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 da 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 yappa pa pa pa. If you are not careful, you do. But don't wait after the. Don't wait after C. So and which of the notes is louder, the top C or the bottom C? The top C. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's run, Jimmy Caterpillar, run, Jimmy Caterpillar, da 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 da. Exactly. Remember, they belong together. Run, Jimmy Caterpillar. Fine. That's fine. Let's go on then into the next section. So can you do? What's happened to your tonality? Are you in major or minor?
Minor.
Yeah. So it's a little bit sadder. So you got two A's. Is this important? Or that one? Or would you like to do? So you have two A's and you have to decide which is the more important A.
The second.
I think so. You got. Now let's have players together. In a way, the two A's on either side of the bar line are equally important because you can't have a southern accent. You've got to lead into it. Why don't you go crescendo into T da 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 da? I would go the crescendo all the way to that. And now let's go on into the next section. That was fine. Okay, that your balance is really lovely when you're pointing out the left hand. That's absolutely lovely. And now you got that little transition, and then we do the. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about the little cadenza bit that you're going to do. Okay, could you do the cadenza including and stop when it starts again? So go from the double bar. Yeah. No, sorry, I mean from 7 to 68. Yeah. So from after the double bar there. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if you could break that chord a little bit more slowly. Could you do that? Da-da-da-dee. So what sort of a chord is that? Dominant 7. Are you doing? Oh, you're doing together, aren't you? Have a plan for how you break the chord. When we have arpeggiated chords, people think that they go ti-ti-ti-ti-ti, but they rarely are exactly the same between the gaps. So I would have a little bit more, and then. And I would put the emphasis on. Can you lead us there? And really, I would do a crescendo into that chord and then break it a bit more slowly. Can you lead us to that again? is a free, it says ad libitum, so who am I to say? But I think that once you had arrived there, I would go totally piano because, you know, that this is a big interval. It's a fifth, so I think, I mean, I would like to think like a singer who's got that, and then they go ta dee dee, and then start doing the diminuendo. I think that chord doesn't connect to what you are doing next. I've just got one more brainwave. So yeah, dee da dee da dee. I would just play it slower. Can you do the whole lot from the arpeggiated chord? Yeah. So you are doing the crescendo. I know it says a diminuendo, but I would do the diminuendo a little bit later. Just do it one more time. Excellent. Okay, and then the final thing is you play the end really, really well. But don't sit on the last chord. They are all equals, aren't they? So when you do the last chords, yeah, and then ready to receive the audience is clapping. But you don't want to do. So it is you are full of that energy that you have, and you've got to carry it on to the end. Just do with the very last few bars. Where I don't know. Can you go from where it starts again?
So from the
Yeah, no, anywhere where we can hear you flamboyant ending. Louder. Easy to go. Yeah, okay. So, in the heat of the moment, you forgot that we've agreed that that's one thing. So, you know. Do you remember that? Show me. And yes, go on. And then. Yes, so you don't need to, you know, it's so obvious that it's going to be that. Excellent. And I believe you have a very different piece as your second piece. Yes. It would be more different. Now, Jenny, where did you put it? Yes. Hang on a minute. Jenny didn't give it to me, but I can't see.
Green,
I can see it.
turquoise.
Yes, it's here. So that is, yeah. Oh, it is totally amazing. I've got only three things to say. I would like you to see if you, I know it says F, 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 and then F, F, but I think it would sound much better if these high ones, both times, these ones were bigger than these. So especially here when you have done that, that needs to come out more. Let's take it, and then I would like to hear those which are very, very quiet. So if you could take us up to where those start, can you do that? Let's hear you.
From the very beginning.
Pardon?
From the very
From the beginning, so that you make sure that that sound imprints itself on our ears more than, because these are the very resonant, what they call the human voice area of the piano. So if you do them really fortissimo, these are not going to have the impact they should have. I think that because you got the pedal down, and you should have the pedal, it does accumulate sound, and therefore you should do a little diminuendo within this. Then that would sound more significant. Do you change the pedal at all between that and that? No, so you've got to watch out that you don't just get louder and louder and louder because you got more and more sound in the piano. I would just start reducing it because this didn't sound any louder than what you were. You've got to make sure that that sounds louder. And because of the nature of the piano, you're just getting too noisy. Just try that once more. I was just wondering how we could make that subito piano sound even softer. Are you counting there before you bring that in? You are? I would delay that a little bit so that we have time to let the sound mass vanish a little. I would edit it because I don't think that registers as being any different. We'll do it once more with a view of making sure that that stands out more, and then wait longer so that that the sound mass will have reduced a little bit. Well, let's try that once more. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Somehow we lose sight of these long notes. I think you're too loud on those. They are very enjoyable to play, but I would like those to register somehow more. Do you know what I mean? So you should wallop that low C so that we still would be not just aware of those. So you do the Can you do the glissando for me? How do you do that? You do it with the back of your hand. Okay, that's what I would. See if you can do the glissando so that we are more aware of that than the boom, 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 boom. Can you do the glissando alone? It's difficult to get it loud, isn't it? I better not carry on more because there have been cases where actually the fingers start bleeding.
Exactly.
Oh dear, police. So it's just because I'm not. I think your hand is quite flat. carefully so that they don't take over. That's really good. Yeah, so then it's not just, we do want to have those random chords, that's fine, and there are many composers who do that, including a Finnish one called Rautavaara. But you know, there is another element there, and if you just do that, people say, oh, he's just having a bit of fun. But there is a design here which you must show. I don't think I had anything more to say. Those are the two things that I noticed. So thank you very much indeed. Well done. Very good.
So I borrowed your spectrum so that these guys could see it, as it's a little unusual. Thank you, Heather. Wow, well done, Eka, picking up some points on a piece that you probably don't really know, but isn't it great, that spectrum piece?
I knew it when it came out, because this book came out quite a long time.
Oh, quite a long time ago now.
And
yeah.
when they came out, there was a great enthusiasm, and in fact there was a concert.
At Westroad.
Yes.
And Stephen Montague was there, and
Yes.
one of my pupils played that piece, and Stephen Montague leapt up on the stage and made some comment. Well, it was a masterclass, actually.
Yeah.
And he leapt up on stage. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, it's a good piece. A few of my pupils.
I teach quite a lot of avant-garde music. I mean, you know, because there are some very weird things in the LTCL and FTCL, and people have come to me because not many pianists feel happy to teach this. But there's a Finnish composer called Rautavaara whose work features in one of the LTCL, which is he's very much into clusters as well.
Brilliant.
Okay, so that's your book.
Yeah.
Right.
So we have got our last pupil for today, Tom.
Oh, hi Tom. You again. You played the Haydn, aren't you? And we hope to hear more than the one movement. So let me see. I think it says you're going to play both movements.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So let me just get my book out again. I'm going to explain how it will go.
Just a quick.
It's here. Whenever you're ready. Let's go. Thank you very much. That's very spirited playing and also very clear playing. I really like that. Is there any reason why you finish it quietly? Or is there, have you ever tried to finish it loud? Do you want to just try? Because there's nothing new happening. It's either way, it's fine. But because you want to create the contrast with the last movement, a second movement, I think I would personally, end it like that. And then when you go to the F major, the next one, then there would be such a new thing. I've got very little to say because I think it's really competent and attractive playing, very, very easy to listen to. But some of the same things crop up as we did with the previous performance, which was also very, very good. So when when you do if you have the music there, then we can talk about it more. So we're talking because the percussive element in this is so obvious that we don't have to make it extra sure that everybody can hear that they are the very, very short notes. So when you do so it's the most important thing about that for me is that it's a triad, not that you go so and then and you just do the left hand and imagine that you are doing the right hand. You want that sort of sound. Can you just do your left hand alone? So not but can you do those chords equal? Flex your wrist a bit more. Okay, see if you can put hands together. You will easily slot into doing it exactly as you did. So see if you can just change it slightly in favor of this slightly warmer sounding left hand chord. So go once more from. It's better than. So let's hear you open it with slightly milder chords. That's just lovely. And when you go all those kind of not so pricked as you did. Can you go on from there? Is that an accent? There's no accent there. If anything, do a diminuendo. When you do remember. Be aware of the two bar phrases by virtue of playing the first chord a little bit louder so that the C in the left hand carries on a bit longer. So make sure that you've got enough ump on that. Can you do those phrases and then go on? You do hands together. Do hands together. I'm just wondering. See if you don't play the B flat too loud because it's again the highest note and I don't think it needs any extra care. Can you do that so? It really wants to go from the dominant to the tonic. So make sure that the A is loud enough for us to hear the harmony changing from that to that. Can you do it once more? So B flat not louder than the A, the other way around. Excellent. Okay, and I don't think we need to do anything of that. I didn't have anything to say there. And I notice you split the octaves, that's fine. I don't think you've got anything else on that. Okay, shall we try the transition? So can you find the double bar when at the end of the exposition, so we are looking at 68 or 9, can you find when you have a double bar? Yeah, and can you just go quite loud into 71? Try to do that chord really big and plump and energetic. Not too short in your left hand, remember they are crotchet. Powerful play. Now, were you here when I taught the other person who played this?
Yes.
Yeah, so we were talking about the Neapolitan 6, which is the first chord. You have to know this because I've got to get it off my chest. If you look at bar, let me just find it here.
98.
98. Can you find bar 98? Yeah, you've got the B flat major chord. You know, you got the D in the left hand, and then you got, okay, and then you go to the dominant of A. And that's why it sounds amazing, because you've been in A before. So I'm going to just roll, and then, I can't see it. And that you play dramatically because you're musical, you can hear that it's dramatic, but it's also nice to be able to name them. There's another thing that is also wonderful, and it's when you start this one, when the minim comes in, there's another chord that I talk about a lot, and that's an A minor chord, okay? Can you play this? A, C, A, E, C. Play it. And now in your left hand, play an A. And now play the second inversion by virtue of playing the E. Can you see how very different they are? So this is the second inversion of the triad, and that gives it a sort of very powerful sound. But I don't think I have anything else to say because you played this really, really well, and somebody else has already done it, and you've been here. But I would very much like to work on the second movement. So if we can go on to that. Haydn's slow movements, you know, there are not that many. So Mozart wrote such good slow ones, but Haydn's are sometimes very, they haven't got the melodic lines often, but this does. I just wondered about a couple of things about the beginning. So when you do the, again, you know, when we have these arpeggiated chords, as I said before, arpeggiated chords, they look as you did everything, da 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 da, but in fact there is a sort of set of values that you can edit a little bit. So if you give a tiny bit to the bottom note and delay the top note, then you hear the melody. So can you delay that? Then that sings. That's really lovely. So you do it both times. Can you try that now? Try the opening, and every time you do that, you say that. Okay, so in between those, what interval is that?
A diminution.
No, it's a minor seventh, but yeah, that's fine. You knew it was a seventh. And again, in music, the big intervals are the expressive ones. Again, if you highlight the top note, then we are thinking more of just that, rather than its relationship with the bottom note. So I would do like a. If you like to do the B flat softer and then lead down after. That same thing. Again, it's a 6 then. You know, so that you don't sort of demand that note, but you just suggest it. Have a go, and if you can remember to do those gently. You need to have a louder C. If you sang it, you would give it a bit more time as well. No, you're too soft on the C. Again, you're carry on there. Just a tiny thing when you have the ornament. So can you play that bar that has the ornament in it? So this is the one that. How do you do that? Yeah. Imagine that you need to do like a crescendo out of. Just it's again how you come out of it. You got to link it to the next note. So if the one. Can you do that? Yeah. I'd like to hear a tiny bit more of the G. Exactly. And then it's organically linked to the note before. And this time you are very okay with the ornament at the end, so we don't have to do. Now, can we do the scaling passage then in bar 7? Can you just show me how you do bar 7 and 8, please? Scaling passages work really well if you swell a little bit in the middle, and then go softer towards the end of the bar. Try that. into this because you are going to the chord that you head for. This is that's again the second inversion of the tonic track. So you should shape that a little bit and not go loud to the highest note, but roll a little bit soft at the top. Can you try that again? And then come louder out of it. So don't be so loud at the very top. That again is demanding rather than suggesting. Come on and get softer towards the end. Yeah, and then that shines because it is it is that chord that's much more important than the high bit of the run of that set of the scaling passage. And you could also use, we're just going to look at that fun thing of going soft as you go up. You don't have to do it all the time, but I just want you to have an open mind for this. So could we start from 9? Can you go from 9 now, please? And when you come to your scale, don't necessarily go louder as you go up, because we can hear you going up. Have a go. From 9 it is in my copy, so when you start. That's lovely when you went softer at the end. Yeah, that's really lovely. But can you make sure that you get the C in that bar that you are heading for, and then you go softer in the scale up. Can we do it again from 9, please? You don't need to bang the, sorry, I'm using a bad word. You don't need to be loud on the first note. It's so far from the accompaniment. We will hear it whatever you do. So maybe a little bit more on that C. Have a go. So the loudest. So don't bang the loud. Don't give extra help to the loudest note, highest note. Can you do that? Start again from 9. So the shape is from here. So you start with a soft note and go towards the C in the first bar. Have a go. That's beautiful. You see, that is sensitive and delicate and not always doing what people might call the obvious thing. I would like to hear your thirds at the end. So can we take it up from... Those thirds are so lovely. Can you lead into them so when you go... Maybe you should hear just your right hand from that bar. Can you take it just from that bar, just your right hand? If you wobble your wrist, a bit more, you'll get the notes coming down at the same time. Can you see what I'm doing? So it's like little circles. Excellent, really good. And remember, it's going into nothing. So if the going to nothing, if there is not a clear note, it feels very unsatisfactory to hear. It still leads there, so that's why I'm insistent that. Can we hear the? Can you now conclude this section? In the right or left hand. You do it to the right. Yeah. Can you make that sound? Can you do the right hand over that bar? It's such an important note that you need to get that right. So when you do this, no, I'm too high. Why don't you grow a little bit, because they sound a little bit stationary, so I would do. So could go towards the middle of the bar. Exactly. Okay. So we just maybe remove again some of the unnecessary accents, and we make sure when you're doing the thirds that you are really beautiful, have a beautiful sound right to the end. I don't think I didn't make any other remarks. I think it's a lovely movement. Yes, there's one thing that I wondered when you do the second, just bear with me because I forgot to say, when you go to the second page, the second half, I wonder whether we should plan for there being a big return in 30. And if you could be softer when you start this second page, this second part, could we just try from 21 with a quieter sound and then head for a big moment in the 30? Can you find the number bar 30 in your copy so you know where I'm talking about? Can you find it? Yeah, I would just make sure that that's a really big moment and you could play louder in there. Let's try it that way. So you start from the 22 and you can be gentler there. See if you can play that softer. So when you do the do a crescendo and then open it up. That's what I would do. So there's a little bit more of a sort of patch way. It's very expressive, not very big, and then you find the plot again. That's what I would do. Okay, well, thank you very much. It was lovely to hear the second movement as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My goodness, what an afternoon we've had. I mean, this has really been remarkable. I couldn't hope for any more. I really couldn't. Heli, you're sit down here.
Oh, yes,
They can see you, they can see me. Really, you've worked so hard and given us such a treat.
It doesn't feel like work.
It doesn't feel like work at all when you're
Yeah.
working with these amazing children. So we've got 3 of them still here, and 1 or 2 of them might be online by now because they've gone home and done whatever. But the 4 earlier were all absolutely super, and you 3 have been just amazing. You have worked so well to prepare these pieces for Heli and for other concerts that they've got coming up.
That's
And,
just wonderful playing.
They were so responsive, I thought, to what you were saying,
Yeah.
which is, let's be honest, and that's why I asked Heli, a lot of things asking you, not asking you to do things differently from what I've done so much, but asking you to think about different things. I mean, the harmonies, which I, well, as you all know, I don't get much beyond home and away chords, which we do with my 4 and 5-year-olds. So really good. You weren't scared of these Neapolitan sixths. That there are, shall I say, I believe there are 3 different types of Neapolitan sixths. There's the German and there's the...
No, that's only that. They are the Germans and 6 is different. So the Neapolitan 6 is the Neapolitan 6. The others you can't really hear us clearly, I can tell you.
Well, when I was at music college, they tried to tell us there were 3 different types,
Yeah.
and I never got the hang of
No,
them at all.
because
But
you can't hear them. The only one that sticks out of the context, you don't need to know anything else but the Neapolitan 6 and the second inversion of the tonic triad. Get far away with it. My pupils, I ask them what chord is it, and they don't even think. They say second inversion of tonic triad or Neapolitan 6, you know. Not always the automatic answer. Anyway.
Brilliant. Anyway, you brought up so many interesting points, and I've got a page of notes on each child. I will go through my notes. I hope I'll have gone through them before Tuesday, when those who come on Tuesday, Emily comes on a Tuesday and Wednesday. So look at those notes, see if you can have a chance to really try and just assimilate. And if you've got questions, ask me in lesson. Why did Heli say that?
Yeah.
And we'll discuss it. But I don't think. Do you feel very confused, or is it just opened up a new perspective of different things? Mostly. I think it has.
It is just because music teaching is always this one-to-one. So you get something from somebody, and then somebody else gives you something else. And it's not. It's just building up your own ideas that you have to react and try this and try that. And you don't take on everything people say, but it's very interesting.
Well, they've all had me since they were age 4 or 5, or 3 or whatever age they started. So they sort of know what I'm going to say. So it's just brilliant. I mean, they go to workshops, Suzuki workshops, and they get other ideas from other people. But it's just really lovely. So thank you so much, Heli.
My pleasure.
For really giving us a lovely afternoon. I can see these teachers are all delighted as well. So, children, if you want to go into the kitchen and have another quick drink and a biscuit, you're very, very welcome to. We're going to have a little chat here with the trainees online. So entirely up to you. Some of you may feel you've got to get back and do your homework, but if you'd like to go or have a chat on your way as you're walking back or whatever, Tanya's there, isn't she? Tanya's there. Yes. So go to the kitchen if you want to, or just wander off. But thank you ever so much for coming, and do go through those notes, and I will be discussing it with them in their lessons. Fabulous. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Anne. Really musical playing. Tom, absolutely beautiful playing. Frederick, you are doing so well. I'm really, really thrilled with all of you. If you bear in mind, there is never any audition for Suzuki children at all. I mean, I'm not going to audition a 3-year-old. If the parent is interested, I've got a child age 2. We're interested in music, and the parent is willing to put in the time and the effort, as all these wonderful parents are, then if I've got a vacancy, the children start. So, these are just picked off the street, these children. Great, thank you ever so much. See you for your lessons later, later in the week. Thank you. Great, that's so good. So, time we sort of addressed all of you guys here online. I don't know if I'm better off staying here. I'll keep my mask off, I think. I think I'm going to look at you here. Now,
where would I be best sitting?
Yeah, where you are so they can see you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, has anyone got any particular questions that they would like to ask Heli about her general principles of teaching, line and structure, her focal point, her imagery, responding to harmonies, or anything in particular? I've got 1 or 2, I've got several specific things that I could ask about, but has anyone else got some questions they'd like to ask. Stick up your hand if you'd like to. Let's start with you guys online first of all. Not immediately coming up with anything, in which case I will ask if there's anyone here who's got anything before I should pipe up with my questions. No. Any comments? Sue?
I
Sue,
was
come on.
wondering, do you have a particular hierarchy of things that you go for, or go-to points?
I would just say that from the earliest age with everybody, I am always focusing on harmony. So the harmonic awareness, it's from the very beginning. So I think the dominant sevenths in the traditional way of teaching come in about grade 6, but mine do it pretty well straight away. And in fact, my earliest harmony is to make them harmonize twinkle twinkle with the roots of the chords. So before they do anything, they can do and then eventually that grows into chords which have to be in inversion so that they are comfortable for the hand. But so that they get used to the idea that there is a certain hierarchy to harmonies, that it's not that you have this chord and that chord and that chord and that chord, but that they relate to each other in some particular way. But at the same time, maybe that I start with that. But even I don't know what comes first, because because I did do some Suzuki training, but only taught it only up to book 2 or book 3, and then went the traditional way. But even now, when I don't do any Suzuki, but if I have a beginner, one of the first things that they learn to do is, this is the focal point thing. I am going up the hill, now I'm coming down again. So that has some rubato, and it has a focal point in that. That time went high, but I could say, I am going up the, or I am going. So this idea that you need to shape it in some way can come in little tiny ditties like that, which are not part of a tune at all. So these sort of little calls are useful to do, which you can make up. And again, like the Suzuki principle, that they are not staring at the music and thinking that's that or that, but they are listening to the sound that they are making. So that's the fundamental thing, that they are aware. And so it all goes hand in hand, and the imagery also, what does that make you think about? What sort of weather is it there? Where did the music go sad? So it's very much from the beginning.
Very good. Any further questions? Hilary has a question. Unmute yourself, Hilary.
I have unmuted myself. It's not so much a question, it's just a thank you. The things that stand out for me are what we've just been talking about, the responding to harmony and the shape being created around the harmony. But the thing that I'm coming away with is that there are a lot of different ways of doing things. I think I've been guilty of talking about shaping exclusively or almost exclusively in terms of growing the sound as you go up the scale. And what I've picked up, for example, from the Beethoven in Book 4, was the way you were growing the sound towards the middle of a semiquaver passage and then doing something beautiful. That allows for something beautiful to happen in the second half of that semiquaver passage. So that really the thing, but there is a but, there's always a but, because there are so many different ways of doing things. I mean, the jig, the Bach jig, the way you talked about with, was it Maya, about leaning on the upbeat and giving the right hand its sort of harmonic weight. Well, I've been spending ages trying to get myself not to lean on the upbeat and to play those triplet semiquavers very quietly. It just makes me realize how much space there is for doing things differently, and there probably isn't a right or a wrong way.
So if I may just put up a big defense for the upbeat, that the downbeat it looks after itself. It is how you get into thing. It's the think of the Hokusai wave, you know, that famous, you get it in adverts, this sort of the wave. It's not interesting to hear the wave crash. It's interesting to feel it pull up. And the fact that it goes somewhere is less interesting than the build up. And I would nearly put my head on the block and say, look after upbeats, that will be better than looking after the downbeats. So as I said, the strong beats don't need any extra help because they are so in the sequence of sounds. They are so placed that our bodies throb with them, we know exactly where they are. And they are so harmonized that we feel that sense of homecoming. It's different when you are teaching a very, very young child and you've got to teach them to count and say, this is what is important, but anybody playing real music, they don't need any help. This really was a revelation to me. I was very lucky in that I've done a lot of study with, because I'm from Finland, the college there, it was very keen to bring outsiders from other bigger countries. So we were playing to Italian, German, French, blah, blah, blah professors. And I traveled abroad. I was in Salzburg in the Sommer Academy for 3 years and played in front of professors there. I studied with Permuter in Paris. And you know, not anyone ever told me to play a downbeat loud. So it's always this sort of keeping the sound mesh so that it's elastic. And it's the weak beat that needs looking after. And also when you have passages that go 1 and 2, it's no good. So 1 and 2. When you have passages like that, if you make sure that the note which is not on the beat gets enough, you get this sort of filled elastic sound. So there are many ways, Hillary, of doing things, but I would still, my heart aches for the if the upbeat doesn't get enough attention. And you know, you just need to listen to how people play that partit. I heard a very beautiful, very romantic pedaled horror pedal version. I thought I could hear all the Bach amazing harmonies. And it is the Bach harmonies I increasingly am drawn to. And the texture is but one thing, this sort of playing staccato, that's just one thing. But underlying is the amazing structure of harmony.
Thank you. Anyone else? Kirsten.
Thank you, Heli. I really enjoyed this afternoon and Jenny's pupils. I've had a wonderful afternoon. I noticed I was listening to the headphones with Fedor, was it in the tsunami music? I haven't heard that one. You said the human voice area of the piano. Did I hear correctly there, Heli?
Yeah.
Can you explain that a little more to me,
Well,
please?
I speak round about middle C, I think. I'm Scandinavian. So it is the most resonant area of the piano. The piano is so constructed that the bass, of course, is loud and big, but the tone is not as precise. The pitch isn't as precise because of the slow vibrations. And the higher you go, the clankier it gets. But it's this big resonant area, which happens to be also the range at which we speak.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
I mean, I'll just add that because of my lucky situation in that I traveled a lot and I can't remember how many masterclasses I have attended as an active player, but that I once wrote a little list of what they all said. And this no unnecessary accent, no extra help for the high note, and then the importance of the bass line. That's another thing that maybe I didn't focus on so much today. But there I was written everything down that I felt was always coming up in masterclasses, which didn't necessarily come up in my schoolgirl lessons.
Anyone else here? Raquel in Spain, what have you got to add, to ask?
Thank you very much, Heli. I am very glad that you brought the idea that you can start with harmony at the beginning, because in Spain harmony is only taught at very advanced levels. And I was wondering if you know of any books that you could use or materials that you could use with beginners to introduce this harmony awareness that you talk about.
I don't, and in fact it's so simple that I think that what I said a minute ago, harmonizing simple tunes first with the roots of the chords is a very good way in and very, very easy. So and excuse me, initially I just call them as not as tonic dominant, I call them 1-4-5-1. And initially the pupil plays the twinkle twinkle tune and I do the bass, and then eventually we swap that I do the tune and I call 1-1-4-1-5-1-5-1, so that they learn to do that and they can just hear how it works in a logical way. And then when they play pieces I point, but there you are at the end, you always get this 5-1, so it becomes like normal talk, and it's not like a big separate thing called harmony. I think the earlier you introduced and draw their attention to when they do hands together, nearly inevitably there is a perfect cadence at the end. And you know, one thing that I forgot to say about this, these cadences particularly, that they are just like roundabouts or crossroads, which punctuate our musical journey. And it's just terribly important to know, is this just a little tiny one where I'm going straight over, or is this a roundabout where I'm going to go somewhere new? So there's also an order of these important chord connections which you get at the end of sentences. But the earlier you do it, and the more simply you do it. And of course with 5 and 1, you know, you can do a drone. I mean, my pupils do, they do an India war dance on, you know, they can do that pretty well on that third lesson, meaning that you can use a drone on the tonic and the dominant, that sort of thing.
May I just mention the book that I do use, which I find, this is at a much later level, and it's for...
I think my harmony book was written by the Rimsky-Korsakov.
This is newish. Anne Marston Thomas and Frederick Stocken. It was published, I don't know, 10 years ago or something. It's relatively new. Okay. Graded Keyboard Musicianship, Book 1, and there's also a Book 2, but this gets us up to quite difficult enough for my pupils. But a lot of them have been through it. And there are 5 levels or something, and each level has 5 lessons. And each lesson is constructed in the same way, and you do some figured bass and some score reading, some harmonising and some transposing and some improvising, and just a little bit of, it's the full works. So quite often when children get to the age of, to about book 4 or 5, I introduce this, and some of them really just love it.
Yeah, but the most important thing is the awareness that they hear it in music.
Absolutely. This is at a later stage, but much better.
No, but the structured approach, I think, is all to be praised.
Yeah. Maria Helena has a question.
Yeah, actually, first of all, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I have lost my voice, but anyway, I'm so happy to be able to listen to your masterclass. It was wonderful. And I was also so happy to hear you talk about harmonies and inversions of the chords. They are very important to me. And I wanted to ask, do you use improvisation with your pupils? I try to, when they learn a couple of chords, we try to, find different kind of moods. They can kind of, invent their own songs, just using a couple of chords and trying to figure out how they sound and what's the mood of them. Do you use improvisation, and how?
I was sad to say that I have come to the conclusion that my best help for my pupils is that they do this very, very simple work. I always say it's such a shame. You go to a friend's house and a friend says, I've been given a Fazioli piano. Can you play something? And they say, I play. So I said, you can always do So progression as arpeggios. It's also really useful because pupils who are struggling a little bit with the, if you allow them to do alternate hands, it's good for their keyboard geography, and they can hear the impact of the harmonies. It's rather wonderful to do that, isn't it? It's dead easy.
Yeah, that's true. And they love doing that kind of things. You know, how did you call that? Going through these chords like you did.
Well, I just chord progression of
Chord progression, yeah. They love doing it.
Yeah,
And they learn doing it.
The pedal as well, and they don't have to read music. But your idea of harmonizing songs is wonderful. But I just find that you and I have, maybe you are a younger generation, but certainly my generation had 2 piano lessons a week. So, you know, you could do many more things, but here it's just 1 lesson a week, and it's so charged that I have to sort of think, what am I doing? And I spend an awful lot of time on technique, with the string fingers technique, the idea that you can use your attention by not just playing now, but that you're always in contact with a key, but your wrist is already like wanting to go away.
I think it's nowadays it's reduced the amount of the lessons, but I used to have 2 lessons and even 90-minute lessons a week, 2 times. And even, I think it was even at Sibelius Academy when I was studying that way. But now they reduce all the time pupils get, even in our music institute. Yeah, but yeah.
Well, how interesting. Yes, I am a product of Sibelius Academy myself.
Yeah, me too. But it's true what you say, that in Finland we have a lot of pianists coming from all over the world. We have excellent master classes, and also my teachers, 2 of them in Sibelius Academy, they were from abroad. One was half English and Syrian, and another one was Russian. So, and of course, Finnish ones as chamber music and so. But we have a lot of people coming here, and it's a very rich musical surrounding, or how do you say it?
Environment, yeah.
Environment, yeah. I mean that, yes.
Really, are 2 things that people are expected to play from memory, aren't they? So, with the memorization is not so common in England.
Yeah, we had to do it. When I went to do my first lesson, I had to play by memory, by heart. And if I didn't know, my teachers, don't you know it? So I learned how to memorize things, definitely.
Under, gunpoint, yes, fine.
Yeah, but thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Anyone, anything else? Ben, anything to add? Hilary, anything further to add? Anyone here? More questions? Well, shall we draw it to a conclusion at that stage? Really, it's been lovely to have you all joining in. Has it sort of worked reasonably well? Obviously, we've been here in the studio, but you could hear well and you could see well? Yeah, they're all nodding, looking as though
Yes, I can say it was very good. I was able to see very well and also to hear well. It was very good. Thank you so much.
Great.
Jenny and everyone and Heli. Yes.
Great. And Kirsten is kindly recording it for us, so she will send us a recording so the parents can see again and the children can see again, and I'll send it to you as well if you want to revise what Heli was saying. Great, brilliant. Well, let's draw it to a close. I saw you guys all last week, and then I can't remember when our next training session is. It's 3 weeks or 4 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. But I'll look forward to seeing you all then. Lots of good practice between now and then. And oh yes, we've got some progress reviews over half term, so I'll see you guys then. And you're doing your Facebook concert. Don't forget to prepare for that. Great. Well, thank you ever so much for joining us online, and thank you, Heli. And we'll say farewell to you guys.
Bye bye, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Great. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Actually, they didn't see you two on screen, did they? Because the screen, I sort of forget that usually I'm looking at the screen and they see me. Anyway, they've seen you on screen last week. Great. Oh, I don't know if you want to wash hands again, you probably do. And then if you'd like to come to the kitchen, if Sebastian is well organised, which I think he might be, there's a glass of wine and some juice and some olives and nibbly things.
I have one question. Excuse me. How many people have been listening there?
Well, it came and went. I think at maximum we had about a dozen.
Okay.
Because of COVID, a lot of the children came only for a short while and then nipped out again afterwards. So
Okay.
But we've got 3 teachers. Well, Ben was here as well. There were 4 teachers here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you're wondering what you've missed out on.
Yeah. Okay. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Hilary. Bye, Maria Elena.